management and network measurement. So this is the one of the workshops that we have started the series of workshops last year. So this is going to be third workshops. We may have several workshops in near future. So to start with, let me invite our head of Learn, Professor Roshan Ragel, to welcome all of you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Engineer Herath. And thank you, everyone, for joining. And I see a large number. Happy to see you all again. However, this time again online. I hope in the future we will be able to meet in person. So this, like Engineer Herath mentioned, this workshop is one in a series of workshops we do at Learn. And at this point of time, as you all know, it's sort of very difficult situation we are all in. The only good thing we have is people, all of you as engineers in various institutions around the country, higher education institution. So it is you all who are running this system with all these travel limitations we have. Most of the things are happening online. And at the same time, we also have problems doing things online, limitations in resources, buying new hardware, replacement for hardware. All that are crippled, and we have various issues. And therefore, we are the best thing we have is all the human resource we have. And therefore, knowing how you can do or make the best out of the resources we have, the infrastructure we have is through these workshops. So this workshop's intention is to train you all and make you all able to make use of this infrastructure and the systems we have, although it's limited. So I think it's again a timely workshop for us to have where you can share your experiences, learn from each other, and learn from the team we have who are in this domain for a very long time and have a lot of experience. So I take this opportunity again to welcome you all and taking your time off and joining this session. So thank you all for doing that. And I hope and wish you all a good workshop. And I also take this same opportunity to thank the Learn team who is running this workshop. Amidst all there are other difficulties, they are also going through similar difficulty with the services we do and the infrastructure we have. So amidst that, they are coming forward to train you all and help you all with this workshop. So I take again this opportunity to thank you all and welcome and wish you all a good workshop. Thank you. Over to you, Engineer Herath.
Thank you, Professor Ragel. So as Professor said, so we are in a very difficult situation. So where we won't be able to get a lot of hardware resources in regarding system resources as well as network resources. We have to deal with whatever we have at the moment. So I think so this workshop going to help you how you can more tune up your available infrastructure so that you can have a better service on the existing system. So with that, let me go to the content of the workshop. So let me share my screen first. Deepthi, can I get the sharing permission? Thank you, Deepthi. So, so you all can find the content at the Learn websites if you just visit www.ac.lk. So under the news item, either under the training, you can find the workshop detail, that is network management and network measurement. So there you can find some brief description about the workshop content. what we are going to do. So also you can find the link below to the our event management system, where you can find the timetable and agenda, all other details. Let's move to the agenda. So it's taking time. Maybe everybody is accessing at the moment. All right. So as you mentioned, so this is going to be about network management. So we had a couple of workshops on network monitoring, where you learn how you can monitor the network using various open source tool sets. So after that, we had a workshop called Tuning Up Campus Network, where basically we covered the most essentials of campus network design, where you learn a lot about how you can design a campus network, what are the devices you have to use, how your network circuits have to be here and there, and all those things. So after that, so we are going to learn and train about how you can manage that type of network, as well as the type of system resources. So at the same time, we are going to talk about how you can measure the network things like latency, maybe throughput, as well as other figures, where you can get some idea about the how your network is performing. So that is what we are going to basically cover at this workshop. So in this workshop, you will learn a lot of quite few open source tools that you can use to manage your network, as well as you can do some measurement to identify the if any issues in the network, or if you want to identify how your network perform at a particular time. So that is the basic idea behind this network workshop. So so we request you to have some sort of requirement to participate with this workshop, that is that to have a laptop with certain configuration, 8 GB RAM and 225 GB free disk space. That is to run our virtual lab environment. So that is going to run as a VM in VirtualBox. So you have to have a laptop with 8 GB RAM with VirtualBox installed. So with that, let us talk about our team. So myself, Sanu Herat, the network and system manager of Learn, who is handling the network technical team. Then our network engineer, who is handling the network side, Mr. Dhammika Lalantha. So Geethika Jayasinghe is the our newest person who has recently joined with Learn, working as a tech engineer of Learn. So Deepthi, also most of you know Deepthi Gunasekara, our tech engineer. So Tuan is our application support engineer. Dusmantha, our Linux engineer who supporting Learn to develop most of the new stuff for Learn services. So that is our team. At the same time, our operational and administrative teams helping us in various ways to conduct this workshop. So at the same time, I have to mention about Learn Management, including Professor Roshan, Head of Learn, and Board of Directors for supporting this workshop. So this workshop going to be in 4 days, starting from today, so until Friday. So we are going to start at 9:30. So there will be a 2-hour session until first session at 9:30 to 12:30. The second session is start at 2 and going to end up at 4 p.m. So it doesn't mean that we can finish at the 4 p.m. That might take some time if you are going to take more time on lab works. So it depends on you. So we can finish on exactly 4, but I don't think most of you can finish on 4 p.m. Because of you have to install things, you have to configure, you have to give commands, you have to check various status and all that. So it might take time depending on your experience on Linux and networking. So some might finish early, some might finish exactly at 4, some won't be able to finish at 4. So it doesn't matter. So you can continue until throughout the day to finish the daily work. So that is must. First day, it is better if you can finish the first day laboratory work during the day, spending some time overnight. That is fine. So each session, each section, you have to do some laboratory works where you will get some things set up on your laptop, virtualized setup on your laptop, monitor or measure or manage your virtualized network. Virtualized network in the sense the network that we have configured at the last campus network workshop. So if you can remember, if you have joined to last workshop, you can remember we configure a campus network virtually, almost complete campus network, including all the key devices, firewall, layer 3 switches and layer 2 switches and VLAN and all that. So we did that the network. So that network is going to be used as an underlying infrastructure for this workshop. So you don't have to worry about that. The work you did, we will provide all the completed work as a VM or as a configuration, so that you can quickly install on your laptop. So you don't have to worry about that for the previous workshop. For those who didn't participate to the workshops, the material on the website under the training. So you can, if you have time, you can go through the content. Just you can review the contents what we have done at the workshops. So for each session, so each lab work, so what you have to do is you have to do follow all the instructions. You have to configure, execute all the command, configure every systems, and see the output, expected output you can achieve. So that has to be going to be your responsibility. So you can do the work. So if you have any question, you can talk to the instructors over the chat or over the phone. So you can find all the instructors contacts number under the Learn contact page. You can talk to them, get the help, and complete the lab work during the day. If you can complete that during the day, that is going to be good. So every laboratory works at the end of the instruction page. There should be some sort of requirement of submission requirement. So that can be a few screenshots, that can be a configuration file. So each lab instruction page, end of that, so you will see that requirement. So once you finish the laboratory work, lab work, you have to submit that what we have requested. So it can be a configuration file, that is the what you have completed, configuration file that reflect that you have done the work. Also that can be a few screenshots, so that the team can identify that you have followed the instructions, you have done the work properly. So if you have any problem, anytime you can talk to any of the instructor and get your issues clarified. So that is how this workshop going to be during the 4 days. So it is going to be a requirement that you submit all the required configuration file and screenshot, so that we can look at how we have performed, and also we can issue the certificate of completion of the workshop. So that is how this is going to be. So with that, let me go through the agenda. So at the first day today, so at the first session, we are going to talk about Linux. This is not going to be a more detail about Linux. This is just the basic Linux, where you need some sort of knowledge to complete the rest of the work. So this is basically going to be how you can install Linux, in this case Ubuntu, on a VM or on a computer, and also how you can check the configure network, and how you can give few commands to see the disk space files, and how to edit a file, and see the environment status, and whether the network is working or not, and all those things will be discussed under this Linux basics session. So you don't have any lab work in this first session, so there will be a demonstration from the instructor to show how you can install the Linux and how you can manage the Linux installation, so on. So that is going to be a just demonstration. You can look at that, and you can learn how you can do that if you don't have experience, if you don't have much experience on Linux at the moment. So in the second sessions, we are going to talk about start the network measurements. We will discuss about how we can do the measurements, what are the network measurement that we can do, all those things. So at the same time, we will give you the instructions how you can set up the lab, your lab environment. So you need certain setup to continue the rest of the work. So during this session, the second sessions today, so you will learn, you will set up your computer, your virtual environment, so that you can perform the rest of the work of the workshop. So that is the first day. So in the second day, we will talk about something called smoke ping. That is where you use this to measure the network latency, how your network, how your reachability to the various devices on your network. So it can be to your various devices, core devices in the network. It can be to your outside devices. It can be to your outside internet as well. So that is, and there you will learn how you can measure the latency. That is basically how much time taken to one packet go to the particular destination and come back. So that is the latency measurement. So, and latency monitoring. So you will learn how smoke pin does the work for you. So that is the first session of the second day. The second session going to be about another tool, which is called Persona, where you can use it for various kind of latency measurement. For example, you can measure the latency, you can measure the round trip time, or you can have a test, various tests on something called trace route. It can be a forward trace route. It can be a reverse trace route from somewhere else, maybe somewhere else in the internet. Reverse spin. It can be a reverse spin. Also, you can measure throughput, how your particular circuit perform, how much bandwidth you can pass through a particular circuit, and so on. So that is basically going to be about Persona. So the Persona smoke pin and also the Persona going to be to run your network, so that you can do the measurement, you can monitor the network. So you have to install those system as a server in your network. Smoke pin you have to install Smart Pin server. So also you have to install Persona server in your network so that you can make use of those tools that so that you can monitor and measure your network performance. The third day, so Persona Lab continues. If you have left some work, you can complete during the first session of the third day. So that is so until the first session of third day, that is going to be on network measurements. So thereafter, we are going to talk about network management. Basically, we are going to cover a couple of tools to cover certain areas. First thing is managing the customer request. So your user has various issues on network. So they might send you an email, they might talk to you. So the question is whether you handle those well, whether you keep a record on those requests, whether you handle those requests well. So that is the idea. So in this session, so we are going to use open source tools to handle all the customer requests. That is basically handle how you can handle the help desk. So what is called request tracker, where you can install on your computer and use it to handle all the email requests, maybe phone requests, all the requests, handle all the requests, and you can keep a record of those requests. Also, you can use the system to handle if you have a several level of troubleshooting team, maybe first level help team, second level your help team. So you can escalate those requests to various level and get their concern and get them to resolve and get back those requests back to the reception and convey that to your customer. So at the same time, the system will help the customer to handle their request, follow up their request well. So this system will give them a request ID. So using request ID, so your customer, your users can follow up their request, how those requests has been handled and resolved. So at the end of the day, at the end of the month, for some sort of managerial purpose, you can have a report on what are the requests came, how many requests came, how many resolved. So how much date taken, those dates taken to resolve those issues. So what are the issues that cannot be resolved, and so those reports can be generated, and you can take various decisions based on those reports. So that is going to be about request handling under the network management. So at the fourth day, we are going to cover another two areas. One is configuration management. So when you have a large network, you have various configuration on various devices. So time to time, you have to change those configuration. So you don't know if you want to see what is the configuration of my layer 3 switch had in a year ago. So you can't remember, or you don't have a record. So if you manage the configuration well using some sort of good tool set, so you will be able to track all those things. You can also, at the same time, you can back up your configuration for safe sites. For example, if your core device fail, so you have completely failed, so it cannot get it cannot be get live again. So you have to have a new device. So you are going to lose all the configuration. So that is going to be huge headache for you. So that you have to start configuring the new device, spending a lot of time. If you have the previous configuration, last few previous configuration, so you can get sometime you can get the same configuration uploaded into the new device and get the network immediately up. So if you have the configuration backup, regular backup on your network. So the system that we are going to taught you is Oxidize. So that will help you to manage your configuration. It will retrieve the configuration from the device, keep it somewhere, it will if you change the configuration, the changes will be recorded. If you want to change the differences, and you can check it there. So at the same time, if you have many in the team, so one might change the configuration, so others don't know. That is going to be a problem. So if you have this system, if someone change the configuration, that will be notified to your email address. So you know someone has changed the configuration last night. So this is the changes made. So that is all those things will be recorded. All those will be kept for later recurrence. So all the configuration changes, all the versions will be kept there. So you can later refer all the version history of your configuration. So that is the idea using configuration management using a tool like Oxidize. So next session, second session, last session of the workshop is going to be another important tool set. So if you think about your network, so have you recorded how you have connected your network devices, how you have connected various department buildings? Do you know what pair of what core of fiber used to connect the device? So your fiber, your link fiber may have 8 cores, maybe 2 has to have been used. Do you know which pair has been used? So also, do you know which port had been connected to the particular department? Have you recorded somewhere? No, sometimes no. So you have to go and look at. You have to go and trace all mess-up cable throughout the mess-up cable to identify which port has connected to the which department. So that is going to be huge problem if you are going to do some sort of troubleshooting. So if you have a record, proper record somewhere, so before you go into the troubleshoot the problem, you can look at the record, your documentation, and see which port of the layer 3 switch has been connected to the department, physics department. So before you go into the place, you know all the detail about the port numbers, and for fiber cores, patch panel numbers, patch panel ports, all those details you know before you go into the physical place. So at the same time, if you connect your servers to your network devices, you don't know, sometimes your mail server has been connected to the which port of the layer 3 switch, or which part of the layer 2 switch. So most of the time you don't know if you haven't recorded them well. So idea behind this session is to tell you how you can use a tool called Netbox, and again open source tool to record, properly document your network. So it can help you to document everything in your network. You can document your racks, how many flash panels you have, what are the number of ports you have, and what are the ports you have, and what are the devices you have placed in the your equipment rack, what are those devices, and what are the serial numbers of devices. At the same time, you can manage your inventory of the device, serial numbers, your warranty period, your warranty contacts, and all those details can be documented in this tool set that is Netbox. So the last session you will learn how you can use Netbox to properly document your network. So that is going to be the end of the tracks, all 4 days. So so what you have to do is you have to install all those tools virtually in a virtual environment that we provide, that we are going to teach you during the second session of today. So you have to install all those things, you have to configure all the systems, and see you have to configure devices, or the system is Mockping, Persona, Oxidize, and Request Tracker for certain sample networks. And then you have to submit. I have to tell you again, you have to submit certain configuration file screenshots so that for us to identify that you have followed the lab work. So that is going to be the lineup. At the end of the session, last session, you have to support us filling up this feedback form and give your feedback about the workshop. And also you can find another page, what is called instructor availability. So if you want to pick up instructor, you can see or you can pick up the one of the free instructor for your lab support. At the same time, no one getting free. So you are hurry to finish it up. You can just make a call. You can give us a phone call. So that is how things are going to be. With that, let us start the first session. Let me invite our first instructor, Tuan Jalil, to start with Linux Basics. Tuan, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I think everyone can hear me. Is
Yes,
it audible?
Tuan, we can. I can hear you.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Yeah.
We can see your screen.
Okay, right. So this is the first session, and so I'm Tuan, and I'm the application support engineer at LAN. And so before starting all the lab works and the demonstration and everything, so first should know about something regarding Linux. The thing is that all the systems and all the file systems, commands and everything is based on Linux. And so we are using Ubuntu server version in here. The thing is that there's no any graphical user interface, GUI. Everything is based on command line. So whatever the things that you can see, it's in commands. And so in here we will first we'll talk about what about Linux and architecture and file systems and the basic commands of Linux. That I think those things will be helpful for you to proceed all the workshop. So otherwise, if you're having if you lack of knowledge in Linux, so better to tune up that one also. The thing is that otherwise it is not that much complex, but if you know the basics and everything, then you can continue with the workshop. It's not like Windows or Mac. It's everything. I mean, it's based on command line. So you can add a GUI, but if you're using a command line, it will be really easy for you to use. And so yeah, so in here, this is the overview. First of all, we'll talk about the history of Linux architecture, and Linux file system, and there will be a demonstration. So in here, even you can go through the presentation as well. And in here, we will talk about the history of Linux, when it started and up to now, how long it's going on. Likewise, the history will be just kind of a basic idea will give it to you, and also the Linux architecture. So the hardware, kernel, and everything we will talk about in here, and the Linux file system, how the file system is distributed, and so it will be helpful for you to know the Linux file system and also the demonstration. So in here we'll talk about how to install Linux to your PC, or if you're using a VM virtual machine. So in here I will be using a virtual machine to use. And so in there we will talk about I will go through the demonstration, and even if you have the time, you can also install as well. And also in the agenda, in here have mentioned the demonstration as well, so you can go through with the meantime. And also the Linux access, and so the user access and everything we'll talk about in here, and the Linux commands. So in here, Linux commands, some basic commands, and also some little bit of advanced commands also we'll talk in here. And so mostly the system commands that that you want to know, and also file permissions. So this is one important part in here. So how to use the file permissions, and to whom, and what are the permissions, even for different documents or else file folders, you can give the permissions. And also we'll talk about editors in here. So in editors, we'll talk how to use the editors and how to save it and those stuffs. And also package management. So installing packages, and removing packages, updating. Those things will be talking there. And after that, system handling commands, same as Linux commands. In Linux commands, we'll talk about the basics, and system handling commands will be talk about some advanced features. And also for the final part will be conclusions and questions. If you have any questions and questions, you can ask, or else you can use the chat window to ask questions. And so we'll go to the history. It's all about started in 1960s. In 1969, so when the Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie developed the C language, and it's a Unix operating system at AT&T Bell Labs. So in that time, the features are mentioned like multi-user and multitasking systems, hierarchical directory structures, programming facility, and documentation. It's not much in there, but as a startup, it's the basics things are available in unique features. And in 1980s and 1990s, it developed, and so many companies developed their own Unix systems. And for the GNU project, Richard Stallman has started that one. And also the commands that we are using in Linux are GNU tools. And it was in 1980s, and in 1990s, it's 1991, the kernel and Linus Torvalds write a kernel and share the code. So in combination of this kernel and GNU tools becomes Linux. So everything was, and not only was, it means up to now everything is free, and it's free to use, and anyone can download it and anyone can use it, or else you can change it according to your requirements. And when talk about the distribution, Linux distribution is collection of software, and it's top of a kernel. So we will talk about what is kernel in future slides. So and distribution can bundle server software, system management documentations, and many desktop applications, and provide common look, feel secure, and easy software management, often a specific operational purposes. So in here, the aim is to provide a common look, so everyone can have a common look and feel, but not a different one. I mean, from person to person it won't be different, but everyone will have a common look and feel, and also it's easy and secure. And when talk about the distributions, there are many distributions available in the market right now. For example, Red Hat. And under Red Hat, RHEL is available, Fedora, Ubuntu, Debian, and those things are some examples for popular distributions, and also other distributions like CentOS, Linux Mint, Linux Lite. And for if you have a small computer within small with limited features, so you can use Linux Mint or Linux Lite and open USC, Kali, Slackware, Solus. Sometimes there are called Parrots, and so on. There are many other distributions as well. So if you go through the internet and if you search it for popular distributions for under Linux, then you can find more than the listed distributions in here. So it's up to you, those who are willing to learn more things about distributions and everything. So you can go through and you can explore the new distributions for yourself. And also if you can share those among with your colleagues, and you can improve your knowledge as well. So when talk about the Linux system architecture, you can see here a small image in your right hand side. So normally the architecture is divided into 2 levels: the user space and kernel. In here, the user space and the kernel space, so altogether it's called Linux. So under user space, user applications are available, and it's on C library. So in the kernel space, system call interface and the kernel architecture dependent kernel code is available, and the hardware platform. So all the Linux architecture is under hardware platform. So without hardware and the kernel space, there will be no any user space. So it's a small detailed diagram shown in the slide. So, and for if you talk about more detailedly, in detail, so when talk about the user space, so GNU library is implemented, user applications are executed. This included shells. So when talk about shell, interface between user and kernel, and can be more than one. User can swap between them, command line and graphical user interface. So those are the user space details according to the Linux architecture. And also when talk about the kernel space, it's a bit complicated, but if you want to look into the image carefully, and if you focus into one by one, then you can have a better idea how the applications and all the user space, kernel space, and hardware space is divided, and all the 3 layers are available, and how these things are communicating each other. Likewise, you can have an idea. So in here, the applications is system call interfaces. So in here, system call interfaces are communicating with process management, memory management, file systems, device control, and networking. So those in here, these parts are its kernel subsystems, and all in those kernel subsystems will communicate with system call interface and applications. And in between that one, the kernel services are available. It's concurrency, multitasking, virtual memory, files and distributes, the VFS, and device access and connectivity. And the device drivers are ARC-dependent codes, memory manager, file system types, and the block devices, character devices, network subsystem, and IF drivers. So all these things are communicate with hardware space, and that's how the kernel space works. And for more details, you can, or else you can go through in the internet and you can study it by yourself as well. And when talk about the kernel space, system call interface, and it provides platform to perform functions from user space to kernel space, and architecture dependent. And when talk about the kernel subsystem, and I think if you remember the kernel subsystem, it's mentioned in here. The process management, memory management, and file system, device control, and networking are connected with the kernel subsystem. And also when the process management, it's under process management, create and destroy processes, communication among different processes, control how processes share CPU. And also the memory management, managed in pages, control available memory, control physical and virtual memory mappings. In here, you can see all the kernel space, how it works and how it communicates within the kernel subsystem, kernel services, and device drivers. So that's how this kernel space works. And in here, the device control. So all the device control operations are performed by code called a device driver. And device driver registers with the kernel and handle input output request of the device. And also when talking about the networking, it operates not specific to a process and incoming packet are asynchronous. And the kernel is charged of delivering data packets across program and network interfaces. So when talk about the file systems, and normally you know about the file system in Windows, and it's maybe FAT32 or else NTFS. So in here Linux file system, it supports more than one file system types. So the Linux abstract file system operations through the virtual file system. So we call this VFS. It provides an interface for user mode programs to interact with the file system, provides an interface that file system have to implement. And also it handles mounting IO requests that implemented eventually by device driver. And as I told you before, it supports more than one file system types. So it's maybe FAT32, NTFS, ext2, 3, 4, likewise, or else it goes on. And when talk about the structure, so this is how the structure looked like in Linux. So it's most of the things will be in home, and under that one, users, you can create users, and in there the same like other distributions as well. So in here under user one, desktop, documents and music, and those things available same as user one, it will be available as user two. And also in here bin, etc., home, OPT, TMP, user, and var. Those things will be available in the directory structure. So even in Windows also, you can see in Windows also you can see different directory structures available. So in here it same as like that, but have some different folders. It's kind of a tree diagram in here, and those things are available in Linux. We will talk about these things. For your knowledge, just have an idea how the directory structure works. And this is just an sample image, and same like that, it's available in Linux as well. So in the directory structure, most of the standard is to use the slash and slash bin. So in here, if you go through one by one, slash bin is the common programs shared by the system administrator and the user. So all the common programs and those things will be shown under bin and shared by the system, and it will show to the system administrator and the users. You can have many users, administrators as well. And for the slash boot, the startup files and the kernel, and VM Linux. In some recent distributions also grub data. Grub is the grand unified bootloader, and it's an attempt to get rid of the many different bootloaders we know today. So I'm not going to talk about the bootloaders and everything very detailedly. If you want, you can go through through the internet and you can find what are the bootloaders, and we know, and those things are available. And slash dev, it's contains references to all the CPU peripherals hardware, which are represented as file with special properties. And the etc slash etc is most important system configuration files are in etc. This directory contains data similar to those control panel in Windows, same like Windows. And in here, the slash etc in under that one, under the etc folder, those configuration files are available. And slash home, it's a home directories of the common users. So in the home, all the documents and everything, all the common documents will be available in the home directory. In the next one, another important part is the library. It means slash lib. So library files includes files for all kinds of programs needed by system and the users. One major part is slash root. That's the administrative user home directory. Mind the difference between slash and the root directory and root, the home directory of the root user. So the root user is means the super user. So once you log in as a root user, then you can do whatever the things that you want to make changes in Linux in your system. You can delete, you can it means you have the administrative power, so you can change the things as you like. And also you can change, or change means you can update, delete, or else do whatever the things that you want with the system. And slash usr, programs, libraries, documentations, and all the other user related programs will be available under usr. And slash var, storage for all variable files and temporary files created by users, such as log files, the mail queue, print spool area, space for temporary storage. Maybe you can keep image of a CD before burning it. So that directory is var. And so for the MNT, it's mount. So standard mount point for external file system for CD-ROM or digital camera, you can plug it and you can mount it. And under slash MNT, you can check all the external files and you can mount it. So in here, we talk about the Linux installation. Then after that, you can know the types of users and everything. So before going through that one, I will show you how to install Linux using virtual machine. And in here, you can go through, it will direct to for the demonstration page. Yes, so in here, have a guide how to install a VirtualBox, and in VirtualBox how to install using VirtualBox how to install Ubuntu. So in here you have to download Ubuntu Server 20 LTS version, and after that you have to you have to download Ubuntu server. I think maybe 1.2 or 3, maybe it kind of a GB will be the ISO file, and also you have to download VirtualBox. Better to download the VirtualBox in the latest version, and once you download it, you have to install VirtualBox in your PC. And after that, you have to create the VM using new button. You have to create the VM and you have to give it a name, and we have to select the OS type, and after that the version, and how you have to continue. And the VM, the memory size you have to give it in MB, and after that in here we have mentioned like 4 GB memory, and we have to continue. And then after that we have to hard disk option and create virtual hard disk now, and then you have to continue. Select the type to VDI and the fixed size and continue. And just the size in here I have mentioned like 50 GB, and how to create the VM. So before this is how the basic things to do in VM. And also then it will take some time to create the VM, and after that we have to again you have to go to the settings, and you have to use for the networking setup you have to use bridge adapter. In here automatically it will detect the wired connection. So at the meantime you have better to use a wired connection network interface. If you're using wireless one, then there will be some issues. It will work with the wireless, but with the workshop that we are using, so we recommend you to use a LAN connection, wired connection to your PC or else the laptop. And after that, once you created that one, you have to change the network adapter to bridge adapter. Then we have to click OK. Then you have to select the ISO file. So in here you have to use the storage, and here the image is given below, so you can go through that one, and then you have to select the choose a disk file. Then go through your download folders, and then you have to select the downloaded Ubuntu server ISO file. Then you have to select it and you have to click OK. Then there will be a icon called start the top of the application, and then you have to start it. It will take some time to load, and once it load, it will guide you through the installation. So for the installation also I have given some small steps, and you can go through that one as well. So for this time I will just show how to use the VirtualBox and to create VM for your Linux server installation. So first of all, I want to show how it done. Yeah, I think everyone can see the VirtualBox manager. So this is the VirtualBox. Once you install the VirtualBox, and then you will see uh, from the left side panel will be empty, only tools will be available. So in here I have installed some other operating system as well. So in here you have to go through new and once you I think you cannot see that one. In here, once you click new, you have to give a name. So in here, I will use like Linux server, and automatically the type will be selected in here. If you, or else you can just use some other name as well. So if you give something like test, or else it sometimes it will detect the name, so it will automatically change the type of your OS. So in here I will let's say test Linux, and in here you have to, if the type is not selected, then you have to go through the drop down and you have to select the OS type. In here the Windows, Linux, Solaris, BSD, Mac OS, and other file systems are available. So in here, so we are going to install Ubuntu in here. So I will select Linux, and in here the versions and everything, other distributions will be shown in here. Debian, Fedora, Ubuntu, those things will be available. So I already downloaded the Ubuntu server version, so it's a 64-bit one. So I will select Ubuntu 64-bit. And once you name your VM and the type and the version, and if you have a this one is automatically it's detecting your machine folder, but if you want to create your VM in another virtual, I mean in another partition, then you have to select here and you can change your machine folder as well. So in here I'm just giving the default one and I'm going to continue. And in here recommended memory size is 1 GB. So if you even after also you can change it, but if you change from here, it will shows in megabyte, then you have to convert it to gigabyte as well. I mean, if you let's say that it's around 2 GB memory, I will select it, or else you can type it. And so it the RAM will allocate it to the virtual machine. Then you have to click continue. And here there will be a small description and about recommended size and everything. So in here you can go through this one, the description, and also in here I will use create a virtual hard disk now, and then you have to create. In here also the hard disk file type will be asked if you want a VDI or else VHD or VMDK. In here the it will show the full format in here. So normally I will select PDI and I will give continue. And here you can use it dynamically allocated or else fixed size. So I will go through dynamically allocated physical hard disk and I will just continue. And here it will ask for the virtual disk in megabyte. So in here you can go up to 2 TB. So normally 10 GB is for work, or else if you have more space in your hard disk, then you can increase it, or else you can use 15 or 20. I will just use 10 GB as a demonstration, and we have to click create. Once it's created, it will show it in the left side of the virtual box manager panel, and then you have to right click it and go to settings. This one is I'm using Mac OS. Sometimes with the Windows it will be different from this one, but the same features, same application, but the GUI is a bit different in here. And here you can go to storage. In here, control ID, it's empty. In here you have to select empty, and there will be a small disk guide icon will be available, and here you have to select it and you have to choose a disk file, and it will direct you through to your disk downloads, or else if you have a separate folder, you can go through that one. And after that you have to select it, the ISO file, and you have to open it. And it's 1.24 GB image, and you have to click OK. So it's same like installing Windows using a live CD, or else even if you can, if you have a device, I mean external device, you can use it for your for your desktop, or else your PC, or else you can if the thing is that we are using a VM in here. So in here we will use like this, and we have to click OK. Now the setup is done, and we have to start the PC. Then you have to click on start. In here it will take some time to load, to boot, and once it's loaded, you can go through, you can proceed the installation. All right. In here you can use your keyboard. There will be no any mouse pointers working in here. So everything is based on keyboard. So you can use your arrow keys to go to up and down, and you have to select the language. In here automatically selecting English, and then you have to click enter. In after that the newest version is available. So if you want to install the newest version, you can select in here the bottom part. You will be see update to the new installer, or else in here we are using the 20 LTS version. So I will just continue without updating. even everything it's using, we have to use to select your to select anything. I mean, you have to use the arrow keys. So in here I will continue without updating, and here it will ask about the keyboard layout. So if you have a specific keyboard layout, you can use layout in here by once you select the layout from using your arrow keys, then you have to use enter, you have to press enter. Then again in here you can select the layout and you can proceed. So normally the default layout and variant is enough, and we have to click on done. And in here for the network access, so ENP 0S3 is available, and automatically it will detect the DHCP, or dynamically it will allocate IP, or else if you have a specific IP address, then you can use you can select ENPO 0S3 and you can click on enter. And after that you have, if it is a IPv4 or LCP, if you have a IPv6 address, you can go through edit, then enter. Then IPv4 method, it's automatically selected automatic, but if you want a manual one, then you have to click on manual. Then you have to give the subnet address, gateway, name server, and other. If you have any domains, you can go give those strings and you can save it. So in here I'm just giving, I'm not giving anything, just automatically it will allocate with the DHCP IP address in, and then you have to click on done. If you have a proxy address, then you can give it in here. So if you don't have one, just leave it blank and you have to click on done. And if you have alternative mirrors for Ubuntu, then if you know any mirror for Ubuntu's address, then mirror address, then you can type it, or it will automatically take a default address, and just leave it and you can click on done. In here it will show the guided storage layout, or else you can create a custom one. So in here it automatically selected use an entire disk. So the thing is that I have created a 10 GB disk for this Linux installation. So or else in here you can go to custom storage layout, and let's say that you have different local disk available, and then you have to install using another local disk, then you can use custom storage. So I'm in here, I will just go through that one. I'm just showing how to do that one. Or else if you have any idea of creating a storage layout, then you have to create done. And in here the available devices and those things, and then you have to create volume groups, LVM, and you can go through the installation. So in here I'm not going to do that one, but for your knowledge, I'm just telling you that even if you have any storage configurations, then you can go through that one as well. So in here I'm not doing anything, I'm just going back and I'm selecting use an entire disk. So it will automatically locate for the allocated one and set up this as an LVM group. And if you want for the encryptions, then you can select on encryption. So I'm not doing anything in here. I will just leave it at default, and I will click to proceed. So normally it will shows the file system summary. So for the booting, or it will take another 900 megabytes, and for booting purposes, and for the file type is ext4, and all the used devices, and the BIOS space, and I'm not going through more detail. So you can click on to proceed, and it will ask you to confirm the destructive action. So the thing is that sometimes the data will be lost, and so the disk will be formatted. So it will ask you to do to continue, or else you have to go back, and if you have any changes, you can do that one. And so in here, how you show you want to continue, I will, yes, I will continue, and I will click on continue. In here, it will ask your name. So in here, for accessing for you to for the Linux system, so I will use my name in here. Also, you can use the tab to change the fields, or else you can use the arrow keys as well. So I'm using the arrow keys, and so your server name, I will use Linux server, and pick username, I will use the username as test. So to choose a password, also I will use a simple password. Better to use a strong password in here. So otherwise, I mean, for testing purposes, you can use a small password, or if you are in a real time environment, if you are using if you are selecting a password, then use a strong password. That I think you know about how to use a strong password using special characters, simple capitals, numbers, and everything. Then you have to build a strong password as well. So if you have a strong password, then it will be a secure thing for your server. So in here, I'm just using a simple password. And so both the once you select a password in the first field, then also you have to use the same password for the second field to confirm. And once it confirm, if it is not confirmed, it will show the password do not match. So you have to change it, and you have to confirm your password. Once the fields are okay, then we have to proceed. And your Ubuntu Advantage token, if you want to enroll the system, so there will be no any tokens. So just click on done to continue. So in here, I will use OpenSSH, so remote access to your server. It will otherwise separately you have to install OpenSSH server. So in here, normally it will give the feature to install OpenSSH server in here. So for selecting purposes, you have to use the space bar, and also for deselecting, also you have to use the space bar. So it will show the X mark that it means that you have selected. So once you selected using the space bar, then using the down arrow, you have to select done, and you have to continue. And so popular snaps in server environment. So in here you can install some packages available in here, such like Docker, or else Google Cloud SDK. And if you have anything in your mind to work with this one, then you have to select using the space bar. And so in here, I don't have anything to install, so I will just go through using my down arrow. Then I will choose done to continue, and it will start installing the system. It will take some time. So at the meantime, for some time, it will take for the security updates and everything. It will take some time. I think you have an idea how to install Linux using the VirtualBox manager. So, I think if you have, if you can install that one, even in the hands-on demonstration also, it's available. I think you have an idea about how to use the steps and to install the Linux 20 LTS. It should be a server version, not the desktop version. And in here, it will take some time to install. The thing is that it's downloading and installing security updates, so that's why it's taking some time. And you can download it. First, you have to download VirtualBox. Then you have to download the Ubuntu server version. Now the latest version is available, but we are recommending with this workshop, we are using the 20.04, I guess, the version, and it should be an LTS version. And by using the steps that I have mentioned in here, in the demonstration page, you can go through that one. You can use the paths, and you can install, and you can experience the Linux. If you are new to Linux, it will be a new thing to you. And if you already know about the Linux and everything, so you can upgrade that one to 20. If it is an old version, you can upgrade it to a new version as well. So once it's up installed, it will reboot, and it will then it will ask you to log in. Then you have to use your given username and the password. Then you have to use login, and then you can use it. Right, until this one is going installing, I will go through the presentation. And yeah, we are back in the presentation. So the installation is it's installing, and it will take some time. Depend on your network, if it is a fast one, if it is have a bigger bandwidth, then it will download it and it will install. So in here, it's downloading and it's installing. So we stopped in here for the demonstration, right? So in here in Linux, there are types of users. So root user is available, normal user is available, system user is available. So root user is as I mentioned before, it's a super user. So as a root user, you can do whatever the things to the system for the Linux system, then you can change it, and with the you can use the kernel and do various things in Linux. For the normal user, other users that has access, so have some limited credential for the normal users also have the credentials, but not like root user. For some features will be not be available like root user. But if you want to do some critical means some tasks like deleting or something like that, then it will ask to use root permissions. And for the system user, an account used by an application. So these three types of users are available in Linux. Then we'll go through one by one. There are super user that by default one account can do anything. So no need to have many accounts. It's just one account is more than enough to do anything. So we call it root, and for it's a common name for as a super user. And for some Linux distributions, disable logging in as their user. So the root is powerful. It can change. As I mentioned before, you can do anything to file, and it can perform any function as well. So root is dangerous. Inexperienced users can break a system. Root can be exploited by attackers. So you have to limit what root can do remotely if you allow at all. So root means it's like administration privilege. So if you once you log in as a root user, you can do various things, not like the other two users. And so become another user, SU substitute user identity. So syntax is SU, and then you have two options, and then you have to use a name. So sometimes it will ask password and to change the user. And once you can log in giving a password, and once you're done doing everything in there, you can quit. And so quit shell by typing exit. So in here we are using commands. So you have to be a bit familiar with commands if you are using Linux. And sudo executes a single command as another user. So sudo syntax we have to use in the shell. You can use sudo and the user command, and if not user is specified, root is assumed. So sudo if you want to be the root access, you have to type sudo su, and then you have to log in as the root. In here, user process programs you run typically interactively. So oftenly there are some some cryptic names. These short words are using in shell commands. So these are some commands that we have to use in Linux. So the thing is, as I mentioned earlier, it's everything is based on CLI, command line interface. So there is no any mouse pointer is available. So there is no any graphical user, only black and white screen will be available in front of you. So if you want to use, you have to just use the keyboard and the commands. You have to type it and to go to change the directories and everything. You have to use the commands. You have to type the commands and you have to execute. So hundreds of programs included in base systems. Thousands of programs can be downloaded free. Thousands more can be purchased. So you can have many programs to be downloaded and you can use it. So there are some programs to purchase, but it's like 90% are available freely. So you can download it without paying any fee. And in here, using common commands. So once you the shell is available, you can use main, just man, and you have to, if you click on enter, then display the manual. ls means the list, the content of the directory. pwd print working directory. cd means change directory. mkdir means make a directory. cp means copy. mv is to move. rm is to remove. Let me check with the it's installed or not. I think it's still going on. Right. So these are some basic commands and some common commands available to use. So better to know about these things. Otherwise, there will be some issues when doing the workshop. Let me check. So the format of a command, it's commands are programs and options modify commands. Typically a dash followed by a letter, and some utilities also allow dash word. And so commands act on parameters, and space are critical. So you need some space and some formatting to use a command. And yeah, I think I will show you the interface. Now it's installed my server, and I will show you some common commands using the Linux server. So I will just use some simple ones, and if you want to know about more commands, you can just use the Google, and you can, or else you can in YouTube, you can find various videos related to Linux. So there will be a big community for Linux, and you can will be available, so you can you can watch, or else you can learn those things. So I will share my screen in here. Right. So the Linux server is installed. So in here, there will be no any graphical user interface is available, just black and screen white is available. Even if you can see that no any mouse pointer is available, only a blinking cursor is available. So in here I will use my login. I will use test as the username and the password is given. And yeah, another thing, you cannot see the password even if you type those things, even if it is, let's say that you typed it wrong, you cannot see. Let's say I just randomly type some letters, and if you enter, it will take some time and it will say login incorrect. So again, we have to try. So in here, the login name is I use test, and the password is a simple one. So there will be no any asterisk marks, or else nothing will be available in here. Just the blinking bar will be available in here. So I type the password and I just enter in here. This is the main page, main desktop kind of a field. Yes, so it will be available in here. So the date, time, and yeah, the time is not correct. We have to change that as well. And so memory space, memory usage, sub usage, users logged in, and the IPv4 address is available, and those things are available in here. And so so this one is the test user, and as I told you before, this is just the a normal user. And if you want to use the root, if you want to use the admin privilege, then you have to use sudo su. Then you have to enter, then will ask the password for test. So you have to give the given password, and now you are working as a root user. And in here, we'll use ls. You have to type ls, and once you enter, there will be no any file available. We have to change the directory cd space, you have to use double dot. Yeah, and now the list, if you click on if you type ls and enter execute, only the test user is available. So likewise, you can use cd and you can change the directory. cd is for change directory, and double dot means you have to go back. And then if you want to go to, let's say that usr, then you have to cd usr. Now you are changed to the usr directory. Likewise, you have to do some hands-on experience, and you have to explore new things. So this one is, so for example, I use ls, then let's say man, then you have to man, you have to, for the examples, try man. Okay. Manual page utils will be appear. To go to down, we have to use down arrow, or else you can enter. and you have to exit. Right. And we talk about the format of a command, and then find, edit, paste command. So drive up arrow, type history, and run a pass command by typing a number. Looking for something particular, you have to check on these things. So let's say like to check the given executed commands, you have to type history and enter. So these things will be available. So I have used ls, I have changed directory, have use history. Just now I use history, so it also available, and the things that I have executed, those things are available in the history. So so in here, let's say that run a pass command by typing a number. So let's say that you have to use the 10, same like that. So I have given exclamation mark and the number, you have to type it, then you have to enter to execute. So it will redo that one. So in here I will use to exit, I will in control Z is for to exit from this one, from the manual. Or else you can use Q to quit. So if you're looking for something particular, let's say that you have to looking for something exact thing, so then you have to history, then the straight line and grep and the command name. Likewise, you can use for something particular. To view configuration files, so in here, if you want, you have to use cat and the file name and more. Cat means display a file content, and more for pagination displays, and less pagination with search and more. Changing file usually requires an editor. So we will talk about editors later. And then let's say ls for the list. It's a directory. Right. For the file name, you have to give a file name. So in here, we'll go to bin. Right, I will go through this one a bit later. So first we'll talk about the Linux editors. So whatever the things that you have to create, or else if you want to use, or else if you want to change, then you have to use the CLI mode. So it means the Linux editor mode we have to change. So there are some editors like Nano, VI, Vim. So mostly VI is using, or else Nano is using. So once, so better to use few editors, I mean, to practice some more than 2-3 editors, then it will be easy for you to edit text files. I will just show this one. I will just change the directory and I will go through cd user. Inside the USR directory, I'm going to create a small file. So I will use the cat command. The file name, I will use the file name as new file and as a txt file. Hold on a second. Yeah, you have to use the touch command to create a new file. So if you put ls in here, you have created a new file .txt. So like that you can create new file, and also if you want to make a directory mkdir test. Yeah, the last one you can see, I think it's in blue color. The test folder is available. So same like using the mouse pointer, right click and creating a new folder. Same like that, we are just using the command lines to create the folders or else for the files. So if you let's say that you're using the forward and back arrows in GUI. So same like that, we have to use cd to change the directory. If you want to go to the to open the test directory, then you have to use cd test. Now you are in the test directory. If you want to go back to user directory, then you have to cd double dot. So let's say that you have to in here, yeah, for the for use to use the editor. Let's say that you want to edit the new file.txt, they have to use nano new file.txt. And now the text file is opened, and then you have to type in the text file. So you to the options are given in below: to exit, get help, write out, read files, to search varieties, and the replace, cut, paste, justify, to spell, and undo, redo, and everything is there. So in here I'm using in Mac I'm using control to write, to save this file. I'm just using Control O to write out. Then the file name is to write to this new file.txt, or else if you can change it. So I will use it as the same, and you have to press enter. Now it's saved, and you have to exit. And if you want to check, and another thing, and if you for the early executed commands will be available using the up arrow, and within the down arrow, if you go through up and down arrows, then those executed commands will be available. It's like a history. And if you type history, These are the things that I have executed. Then the 31 is the mistaken one. The 32 is the corrected one. Just now I created that one. And here to edit the file again, and the hello world is available. And if you want to, for the next, for create a new line, then you have to just enter. So in here I will use as test. So I changed the new file text, and so without saving that one, I'm going to exit using the Control X, and it will ask save modified buffer. It means that whether you want to save it, the change or not. Then if you just, I want to say Y, and it will automatically ask you to save. I said yes using Y, and again then you have to enter. Now it's saved. So same like that. So you can use the editor that I used was Nano, or else you can use Vim. Vim docs text. So in here it's a bit different than Nano. So there will be, even though if I enter, nothing will be happen. To use this Vim editor, then you have to use I. You have to type I, then automatically it will show insert. To exit from inserting, then you have to press escape I for insert. And if you done doing something, let's say that edit this one, then you have to press on esc. Then colon, in the bottom of the window you can see, and you have to WQ means write and quit. If you want to W, just W it. Now it's written, and you have to colon, and you have to Q. It means you quit the editor. So that's why I told you that you have to better to know about different editors. So otherwise, if you can use as one editor, let's say that a Nano editor, then you can experience in Nano. If you are familiar with Vim, if you want to familiar with Vim, then you have to use the Vim editor, or else the VI editor or Emacs editor. So likewise, you have to go through all the editors. The thing is that some editors are different to another. So those things will be some new things if you are new to Linux, and if you are already know about the editors, then there will be no any issue as well. And let's go through the VI editors. So starting with VI, opening or creating a file, VI name. VI means then VI, then after that we have to type VI, then after that you have to use the file name. So in here, VI modes of operation, command modes. So in here allows the entry of commands to manipulate text. Default mode when VI starts, and use escape key to move into command mode. So it means you have to use escape key to move into command. So for insert mode, puts anything you type into the current file. To get into insert mode, command area in here, then you have to insert I in the command. Then only you will be able to enter any details in there. So otherwise you cannot change anything in the VI mode. So when you talk about the file permission, it's a Linux is a multi-user system. So different users can access, execute different files. So checking file permissions using ls-l. So in here, let's say ls-l in here, you can see different file permissions are given into different directories. For bin, it's drw xr-xr-x, like such permissions are given. So it's like kind of a, even no one, if you are familiar with, if you are a person who familiar with Linux, then you know what it means. But if you are new to Linux, then it will be kind of a new thing. It means you don't know what does it mean. So we are going to talk about those things right now. And in here, user groups and privilege types are available. So Linux understands users and groups. User can belong to several groups. A file can belong to only one user and one group at a time. So only root can change the ownership of a file. Privilege types. So these privilege types are available: read, write, and execute. So only root can change the ownership of a file. And with the normal users and the system users, they cannot use anything to change the ownership of a file. Only root can change. A program mostly run by a user when the system start, or by another process, and before the program can execute, the kernel inspect several things. So these are the things that inspect: is the file containing the program accessible to the user or group of the process what wants it to run it, and does the file containing the program permit execution by the user group. And in most cases, file executing program inherits the privilege of the user process who started it. So these things will be inspect before the program can execute. So the file permission in detail, yeah, in here, let's type and see what does it mean. ls-l, and there will be a space in between here and the rest of the command. So in here, let's say ls-l space usr. In here, you will see -r wxr -x1, then root 129072 September 9 2021, and then the path will be shown in green color, /user/bin/top. So what does it mean? So the file permission details are, the hyphen indicates a file, D indicates a directory, I indicates a link, and RWX means read, write, and execute permissions for the owner of the file. And R in here, R hyphen means read, write, and execute permissions for members for the group of owning the file. And R hyphen means read, write, and execute permission for other users. So if you already installed Linux, and if you type this one, and you can get the you can see this type of a record. and you can check with in here. So the file in detail, one means the link count is, and with the first root is the owner, second root is the group, this one is the owner, and this one is the group, and this one is the size, and this one is modification date, and the modification time, and the file name. So those are the things that was available as I shown in my terminal. And if you are already using Linux, you can type it and you can check whether these details are coming. This is the command, and you can type it and see. And the access rights, files are owned by user and a group, so it calls ownership, and file have permission for the user, the group, and other permission is often referred as world. The permissions are read, write, and execute. So it means R for read, write for W, X for execute. The user who owns a file is always allowed to change its permissions. And when changing the file permissions, there are two ways using commands. So normally the file permissions can be changed using chmod. It means change modifications. There are two commands, two ways: symbolic mode and absolute mode. So we are going to check about this, what is symbolic mode and absolute mode. So the first one is the symbolic mode, uses letters plus and minus to give permissions. Plus means adding, the minus means removing the permission. So letters are used as follows: U is for user, G is for group, O is for other, R we use for read, W write, E for execute. And plus to add permission, minus is to remove a permission. So these are the symbolic modes. So in here, you can create a test file and you can give the permissions. So it means that in here, the chmod G plus X test file, it means that minus R, not minus R, hyphen R, hyphen R, hyphen and XR, and hyphen so on. So in here, for your for information, the U is for user, G is for group, O is for other. So in here, according to the letters that we have used, you can use for symbolic mode, for examples. And to check the examples, you can use these commands and you can execute and see. And for the absolute mode, we are using the number base 8 values represent like this. So use octal values. So for the in here, the number and the permission type is available. 0 is no permissions, 1 is execute, 2 is write, 3 execute and write, and 4 is read. Fifth one, number 5 is for read and execute. Number 6 is for read and write. Number 7 is read and read, write, and execute. So I think for those who are familiar with Linux, they know about chmod 777. And so it's like, if you're giving the read, write, and execute permissions for the files. And the symbolic mode examples, test file has permissions of, so it means read, write, and execute. So in here, you can view the permissions like in here chmod. You have to type chmod, then you have to give the permission type. 445 means read and execute. So 445, same like that. You can change the permissions according to requirements, and then you can test the file using the test that given command, whether the file is to check whether the specific file has the permissions of what type of permission is given. So likewise, you can give the absolute mode is the easiest way to give that one, to give the permissions. So rather than the symbolic method, rather than giving like this letters. And for the software management for the command line, so dpkg is the Debian Ubuntu Software Manager. So yeah, this one is the package manager. So you have to let's say you can type and see whether the commands are working. Dpkg space git selections, and you can see the packages which I installed in the Linux server. And also you can use the I will show my desktop and it will be easy. So, and then for the reconfiguration, you can use dpkg reconfigure and package. And for the purge remove the software and all, you can use the purge. And so to apt is the best way to use the packages. Apt cache search is what is to see what is available. Apt get update is list of what available, and apt get install software and dependencies. So these are some basic software management commands. So you can use these things and you can see and you can install, or else you can update according to your requirement. Likewise, you can use these command executions. And the next one is about scripting. Shells like bash and cone have support for programming constructs that can be saved as scripts. So many Linux commands are scripts. So most of the things are based on scripts, and we are running all the scripts and we are executing those things. So to run a script, user should have execute privileges. So you can do condition loops, pass variables, and other different programming concepts in your scripts. So you can check and you can run those scripts in Linux. So also you can debug those things as well. When we talk about the package management more, its system is derived from a same system used by a Debian GNU Linux distribution. The package files contains all of the necessary files and metadata instructions to implement a particular functionality or software application on your Ubuntu computer. So that is about package management. And so in here we are talking about the installing and removing about a package package. So install a package. Installation of packages using the apt tool is quite simple. For example, installing nmap network scanner, type following. You can just, it's a small software to install. You just type sudo, means that giving the permission as root. Sudo, even though I'm in root, I will just type it apt install nmap. In here you will ask to continue. Likewise, you can install packages, and also to remove package. So same instructions, just we have to use remove nmap, then sudo apt remove nmap. It will ask whether you would be remove, and it will be this much of this space will be freed, like then you have to remove, and yeah, then it's done. Same like that. So it's to download and everything. So the Linux system should be connected to internet, otherwise you cannot do anything. And so everything is free, most of the things are free and freely available, and you can using the scripts, the commands, and you can execute. And in here to update, then you have to use sudo apt updates. So in here, apt package index is essentially a database of available packages from the repositories, defining the this path etc apt sources.list. So in here, in the directory, and to update the local packages index with the latest changes made in the repositories, type the following. So in here, if you type sudo apt update, and it will update, and it will take some time, and it will complete the update, and it will show the completion of the update. And same like that, you have to update the packages. And also to upgrade, so the previous one was update and this one is upgrade. So over time, updated versions of packages currently installed on your computer may become available from the package repositories. So even in the, once you log in to the system, it will show that how much what are the security updates are available. So if you have to just give a reboot to update, and then automatically it will update and restart the machine. So same like that. So mostly the security updates will be available, and you can have to upgrade and or else update according to your need. And these are some system handling commands. So view running process in Linux, you have to type top the first several lines, how to output provide system statistics. In here, CPU memory load and total number of running tasks. Those things will be available in here, using one running process and 55 sleeping. So let's type and see in here. You have to just type top. In here, you can see one running and 95 sleeping and 4 stop. And the swap memory and everything is available, and those things, and the process and the users. So those things are available in here. And for the next one is to analyze usage for the current directory and any subdirectories. So type du and c. So it goes like this. The thing is that I am in the user directory, so that's why it showed like that. And if you go through that one, and yeah, it's use the current directory. And so in here it shows like du. Just type it and see, and you will look something like this, or else something like that I have shown you before. And then the system handling in here, host name and version. Just type uname Linux. So mostly common used to determine process architecture and to know about the kernel running of the system. So type just uname and execute. For in here memory information, so you can use in here you will have to know about how much memory in the computer has, and the displays the information and the info located in the proc directory. So let's type and see what gives the output. Cat space, you have to use a space in here, and yeah, the memory information is giving in here. You can see, you can type it and see in there in your own computers in your Linux virtual environment. You can type it and execute. In here, a detailed information will shown. And in here, to get the CPU information, you can type it like this. So it will show the model name, hertz, cache size, and everything related to the CPU, your processor. Also, I have mentioned some network related commands in here. You can use netstat commands, display various network related information. It will show the routing tables, interface statistics, and connections. Just type it and see. In the first command will show the listening and non-listening sockets. The second one will list all the TCP ports, and the third one for the UDP ports, and the next one listening ports, listening TCP ports, listening UDP ports, such like that. These are some examples, but there are many network related commands are available. You can go through with the internet and you can see those things. I will type the first one. And in here, it will ask you to install NetTools. And if you execute the command again, yeah, in here it will show the both listening and non-listening sockets available in the network. So if you use to go through, you have to enter to exit from that command. You have to just press Q, then automatically will quit. So same like that. To listen to all the TCP ports, you can use netstat -80 in here. All the TCP ports will show in here. And also some basic things like ping. To check the network connectivity, you can use ping, or else if you know the IP address, you can type the IP address, or else if you want to ping with the website, you can use ping and the website, and you can execute to check the network connectivity. So its ping is short for packet internet grouper. So this command is mainly used for checking the network connectivity among host, server, and host. So the ping command takes the URL or IP address. So you can use ping and test. I have to just use ping and in here you can see so I am using 888 for the Google DNS. So if you have another thing to another DNS to ping, then you can use something else in here. And so that is another command for ping. So another thing is for trace path. So trace path command is follow the trace path to the destination path, determining MTU along with path UDP ports or any other ports that will not require any super user permission. So in here, in trace path and the destination, let's say the Google. In here, it will show the path. So I just stop that one. So same like that. If you have any, the trace paths will be differ from network to network. So you can try and see the trace path command as well. So in here, there's another options are given along with the trace path command. So syntax is given below. So you can use it and you can execute the commands. So thank you very much. So if you have any questions, you can ask from us, or if you have anything that you can drop in the chat box. I think sometimes it may be confusing. The thing is that if you are new to Linux, the thing is that everything is in CLI, command line interface, and there is no any GUI available. And if you have anything related to Linux, we are here to help you. I hope that you have a basic idea about Linux. I didn't go through, didn't make it more deep, just the basics of Linux and the commands. You can go through the presentation as well. It's in the agenda, or else you can, if it is to make it more clear, you can check other resources as well. If you are interested to work with Linux and open source, then you can, it's the best time to explore new things. So it may be a bit challenging for you to work with Linux. The thing is that most of the people are working with Microsoft, I mean Windows. So it means that it's the GUI part, and we are just using the CLI. And if you have anything, just can ask from us. And another thing that I want to mention, even I mentioned earlier, with the VirtualBox, you should use a wired connection. If you are using wireless connection, some connectivity issues will happen. So better to use the wired connection to mitigate the errors. It's better to install VirtualBox, and you can go through the demonstration how to install the Linux server. And in the meantime, you can go through the second session. In there are some and lab. I think we have to go through some downloads, I guess. to set up the basic lab. So in there, I think it's better to download those things and go through some, have a brief idea about it. Just go through and read those things. And if you have any the questions, you can raise hand, or else you can unmute your microphone, you can ask questions, or else you can drop a message. In here, I am getting some questions through the chat window. Mm. I guess it's almost 10. I think it's better to take the lunch break, and we will meet around 1:30 with session 2. Our engineer Geetika will be do the session 2 and with the lab setup and everything. So in the meantime, I will reply you to your questions, and yeah, we'll meet around 1:30.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, guys. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. Still only 73 participants are there. So in the morning session, there were nearly 100 participants. So I will take some time, maybe another 2 or 3 minutes until others are joining. If not, within another 5 minutes, we will start the session. Okay, guys, when you are joining to the meeting, it's better to you use your name as when you register, you use a name, no? So you better to use the same name because we are marking the attendance. So we have to keep you in the waiting room for the long time because of this reason. So I know that this message is not going to hear by the people are in the waiting room, but next time when you are joining, please make sure that you have to use the name that you have used for registration. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to track you because you know that the end of the for day we are going to consider you for a certification. Because when you are adding the names for the certificate, it will become somewhat difficult for us to track you guys if you are using some other names. So always better, please remember to do that. Otherwise, we have to keep you in waiting rooms and send messages continuously about this. Okay, then we start the session. I think the people who are in the waiting room will be added by the Tuan after they have renamed to the correct name. Okay, so now our session is about the lab tools and how we are going to configure the lab for the tomorrow sessions and the whatever the session that remaining. So actually we have done a workshop for the network tune-up network, the last workshop. So all the instructions are there, but we have configured a network for you because I know that there are new participants are there. So before we go for the lab setup, I will going to give you a kind of a description and presentation about what we are going to do, or the overall idea of this workshop. So mainly, you know that we are going to talk about network measurement and even documentation part is there. So I will share my screen and okay. So this network measurement PDF you can download from the agenda. When you go to the second session of the link of the today, you will see this presentation is there. So you can download this one and then can refer. So here what I have included here is why we need network measurement and why we need network measurement as well. So I know that there may be beginners and there may be people who are having kind of experience in this workshop. So mostly this is more important for the beginners or the novice. So you can refer this PDF. So I will scan through this one and I will describe briefly what we are going to cover and what is network measurement includes. So mainly what do you mean by network measurement is in this first slide. So network, why we need network measurement actually. So network measurement always goes with the network performance. Okay, you always know that when you are working with the network, many concerns are there. So one of the main concern is actually the speed and you know, the packets dropping, and when you're accessing a resource, you will experience some slowness. So in that case, you need to find what are the problems that existing on the network as network engineers. So when it comes to network measurement, the most important thing is the performance, okay, or the quality of the service that in the network. So that's what here in the slide it's explained. So it just not a one thing. Okay, so when it comes to network measurement, we can't say that okay, this is the way, this is where we have to measure that one. Not like that. So it involves a lot of tools, a lot of softwares, maybe depending on the network configuration, physical setup, and a lot of things are going to involve with this network performance. So that is what it says. Okay, so you have to gathering information is very important. Then only you can go for a kind of a solution. Okay, so this is also the same thing. Same thing means why we need to measure the performance. Okay, so even though you are working in the LAN environment, depending on the size of a network, depending on the number of users that you are having, the demands of the network are increasing day by day. The applications, softwares, and the data that you are even, that now we are using video conferencing and those kind of things. So depending on the resources that you are using in your network, the things that you need to tune up is different. Okay, so end of the day, we need to satisfy the user expectation. Otherwise, it will affect to the performance of the organization. So when delivering the services and application to users, that's what it says. Bandwidth issues, network downtime, and bottlenecks can be quickly escalate into IT crisis mode. So this is one of the problem. So if you are experiencing this kind of a problem in a network, eventually it will become a crisis mode. So what you have to do is you have to get some proactive solution and detect them, and you have to make sure that end of the day your network users are satisfied with your network performance. So mainly there are a lot of parameters are there actually, but when we in this presentation, I have included few of them. Few of them means most important factors. Okay, so that is comes under network performance measurement parameters. So if you Google or if you refer internet, you will find other factors as well. But we will look at what are the main things that we have to consider when we talk about network measurement. So one thing is latency. Okay, I think most of you have familiar with this word. And so with regards to network performance measurement, latency is simply the amount of time it takes for data to travel from one defined location to another. Okay, I think that is not something that you can't understand. So so this is also referred as delay. So maybe with the with the proper network design, we have to try to reduce this one. Okay, to if you can bring it to the level of 0, that is better. But depending on the technologies that you are using, this can affect, okay, even physical cabling, or if you are using wireless networks. So the design is more important here. Okay, so the one of the parameters is latency, and the other one is packet loss. Okay, so packet loss can be happen due to, again, there are some physical problems in your network or bottlenecks. Okay, network congestion, router performance, software issues. And actually these things are interconnected, because we can't say that because of the latency there can be packet loss, because of the packet loss there may be latency. So they are interconnected problems, but it's always better to identify where the issue is. Okay. The next one is now the two terms, throughput and the bandwidth. Okay, so these are some words that you have already heard. Okay, for network performance measurement, throughput is defined in terms of the amount of data or number of data packets that can be delivered in a predefined time frame. I believe that you can, because I have simplified all the terms here. So by reading also you can understand what this means. Okay, so there is a difference between throughput and the bandwidth. Now there is a to make it easy, there is example is given. Now as example, bandwidth usually measured in bits per second in a characterization of amount of data can be transferred over in a given time period. Bandwidth is therefore measure of capacity rather than speed. Okay, so example, bus can capable of carrying 100 passengers, but actually transport 85. That's what we call throughput. So that is some of the one of the example that you can use to understand the difference between the throughput and bandwidth. Okay, the other one is jitter. Okay, so jitter, most of the time, if you are working with IP phones, or let's say video conferencing, or mostly with audio and video, this can become an issue. Okay, so variation of time delay between the packets. So this is one of the main parameter that you have to check if you are using audio and video through your network. So this variable represent identify disruption of normal sequencing of data packets, because sometimes normally between two packets, if there is a 50 between two packets, there is a 50 milliseconds, that's okay. But if you go more than 50 millisecond gap, normally we identify it as a jitter. So by reading this one also you can understand that the uneven latencies between the data packets will cause this problem. As I already told you, all these things are interconnected. Okay, I believe you can read through this and you can understand what this means. So factors affecting network performance. So those are the parameters that we have to check on, but these are the affecting factors. Okay, why these kind of things are happening. Okay, so one of the thing is the infrastructure. As I told you, this can include a lot of things. We can't say these are the things that goes with infrastructure. Overall network design, overall softwares, overall application that you are using, the cabling, fiber, everything. Okay, so everything will need to be considered here. Maybe over capacity. So you know that maybe you have hundreds of users, but your infrastructure is not sufficient to support all of these user requests, can be a problem. And maybe the bottlenecks, mainly routers and switches, cables. Okay, and even security that you have implemented in your network. Okay, so a lot of things are there, even protocols that you are using, maybe server capacities, RAM, hard disk capacities. Okay, so you can think of anything, so that comes under infrastructure. So it's always better to keep on touch with your network infrastructure. If your network users are gradually increasing, you need to know that depending on the demand, you have to increase the network bandwidth. Maybe you have to change your entire cabling. Maybe you have to replace your switches, maybe routers with the newer one. Okay, maybe you have to go with fiber cabling. So those kind of things also comes under infrastructure. So this is the main thing. The underlying infrastructure is very important when it comes to the network performance. Then network issues. Okay, I have already discussed that under the infrastructure also. Yeah, so as I explained, the backbone, maybe you have uplink and downlink from routers to and switches, between switches. Maybe you have a data center and maybe you are using link aggregation over the channels. Okay, so you have to consider about them. Maybe core layer, maybe distribution layer. Okay, so you have to configure them with the proper configurations. Okay, and redundancy. You have to make sure that you have redundancy in place, and your routing should be working without any loops. You know that in layer 2 there are loops, layer 3 loops can be there, and high availability need to be maintained to reduce the bottlenecks of your network. So network issues are one of the main things. Okay, so you have to have a better idea how to do the network tuning. So last workshop we have discussed with that one as well. Not only this one, as I told you, routing protocols and those kind of things you have to consider, and you have to make sure they are working with their the best performance. Okay, selecting protocols and those kind of things, and the application. So this is where most of the people are actually interacting with. So you have to make sure that the application that you are using in the network is approved softwares. Okay, just using software from here and there without having a proper certified softwares you have to use. And when you are using drivers, and you have to make sure that all these drivers are digitally signed by the approved organizations. And even when you are using other softwares, it's always better to select not the popular, but the quality wise. You can go through the documentations, and you can get idea how they are actually works, and always better to use with the software that with the security implemented. Okay, so those kind of things you have to consider when you are using applications, because if your users are interacting application through the network, maybe servers, then if those applications are not giving a higher throughput, then net performance also can be affected from those applications. The other thing is security issues. Maybe your network is attacked by someone, or someone is using your network as a botnet to attack to others. Okay, so those kind of things also can be a problem without your knowledge. Some people maybe use your network to attack to others. Maybe they are planting something on your network, and maybe malwares or trojans, those kind of things can be run on your machines. So always, even though they are not directly attacking you, they maybe you have a zombie. Okay, so that kind of things can happen. So it's always better to harden your network with the security measures, because you know that cybersecurity has become a huge problem nowadays. So because some people are, even this can be happen due to your employees, those who are working in your organization, they also may be testing some application in your network. Maybe sometimes ethical hacking part, maybe they are maybe try to learn something from your network, and they are, without their knowledge, they may be attacking to your network itself. So it's always better to keep an eye on that one, and do the whatever the needed things security wise. Okay, this comes under actually patching your network. If I use a Windows user, you know that Windows updates, you have to do the regular update of your softwares, and you have to make sure that all the application that you are running on your network is up to date. And if you're using any virus guards or any other centralized mitigation techniques, always make sure that everything is up to date. So those kind of things, patching, updating also need. And not only that, if you are using sensitive data, it's always better to go with encryption. Okay, and authentication, those kind of things need to be integrated. So then even though we can't say that 100% we can secure our network, but all the basics, if you do the basics correctly, right, I think it will become, it will block a lot of problems that comes through the security. So here with this one, even though there are a lot of softwares out there, because our, if you go with the network performance measurement tools, a lot of tools out there, but not all of them are open source, so you have to purchase them. As example, now one of the SolarWinds, that they are having a lot of network performance and measurement tools, but they are not free. So as Learn, we are always trying to give you a solution that comes under open source. In this workshop, we actually not covering a lot of tools. Okay. So when it comes to network monitoring or the performance tools, there are two types, passive and active. Here, passive means actually normally without adding any burden to a network, we are measuring the network. So it means that there may be some software that we have already used, and using them, we are collecting information and we are analyzing them, and we do the testing. Okay, we can get some kind of metrics using the existing softwares without adding any burden to a network, without sending a lot of packets and testing, because it will affect the network performance again. Now, as example, now let's say that in a peak time, I need to do a kind of network testing. So if I overload with the whatever the tools that I'm using, it can interfere the user data. Okay, so that is not a passive testing. Passive testing means there may be some software that we have already implemented, then they are regularly capturing something, and they are giving that metrics. We are getting a kind of idea how the network will perform. But active network performance is, that it will generate some data, and we have to use predefined or some testing methods. So it will add some burden to the network. So that's why I said this testing requires adaptive level of data traffic by nature. So it must be scheduled appropriately to minimize the impact on the existing network traffic. So if you are going to do the active measurement, sometimes you have to do this one, but it's always better to have a better control on this one, because it will be add more traffic to the network. Okay, so that is the two main categories of testing, passive and active. So going through this one, I think by reading this one also you can understand the difference between these two. So always Google is the best place to search about these kind of things. As I told you, here we are only covering open source softwares. So in this workshop we are going to cover SmokePing and PerpSona, because they are the one of the or the two of the best performance measurement tools that comes under open source license. So you don't want to buy them, you can simply download and install and you can work with them. But as I told you, if you can, there are a lot of other softwares as well, but they are not free. But maybe there may be more features than this. But depending on the cost, you have to think about them, whether you are going to implement them on your network or not. With this workshop, we are going to cover only these two, SmokePing and PerpSona. So SmokePing part will be done tomorrow, and the PerpSona part will be from the this will start tomorrow evening by the Mr. Lalanta. So SmokePing part will be done by me, and to get or to start with the tomorrow session, we need to go with the lab setup. If your lab setup is not working correctly, doing the other practicals will become a problem. Okay, mainly PerpSona and SmokePing and the oxidized and netbox. So all those sessions are depending on the network that you have to implement. Okay, so that is why we have mm, schedule a session for the lab setup, because the remaining sessions will be depending on your lab setup. Otherwise, you can't collect information from your network, because if you're going to do this with your active or the your real network, it will become some kind of a problem as a beginner. So that is why we virtualize the environment first. Then if you are after familiarize with these softwares, then even you can implement them in your real network, and you can check them because they are not going to add any burden to your network. So first of all, we will go through the virtual setup, and after you get familiar with how this smoke ping persona or oxidize and all the other softwares are working, I think you can implement them in your network, and you can get the benefit of those things. Okay, so that's about the introduction to our remaining schedules or the remaining sessions. Okay, so here, as I told you, the main part is creating your network. Okay, so within these 2 hours, I need you to with our help, because if we keep this only for the overnight, then it will become somewhat difficult. So some people may be not going to do that one. That's why we have dedicated 2 hours of time to make sure that everyone are okay with this network setup. Okay, so mainly, first of all, I will explain what you have to do. So when you go to this our agenda page, you will see lab setup link is there. Okay, in the beginning of the lab setup, I have given introduction to you that this workshop is going to be connected with our last workshop. Okay, but I know that according to the attendees or the participant, we got idea that there may be a lot of new people here. So if they are going to go with the previous one, and if they are going to try this out, it will take some time. So by considering that part, what we have done is all the working setup. Okay, so you don't want to configure anything. Those who have participated for the last workshop, you know, we have done a lot of work to make it work. You know, you have to do the Cisco configuration and virtualization, a lot of things we have done, then only it work. Okay, but this time we make it more simpler. So actually you don't want to do any configuration. All the configuration for the routers, switches, everything already done. So what you have to do is you have to download them, and you have to correctly implement or organize them in the according to our instructions here. So if you do it according to our instructions without any issue, even for the newcomers, this will start to work. Okay, so if you have any problem with the last workshop setup, don't worry, you can start with the fresh installation. But make sure that you have installed the VirtualBox and its extension pack, because last time we saw that even though you have installed the VirtualBox, some people forgot to add the extension pack, so that will become a problem. So then there may be some side effects, and there may be some errors. Even we also need to check again and again, because you haven't done what you have asked you to do. So always better to download and install the VirtualBox first. Okay, so this is how this is going to happen, because I'm not just going to explain and wait. I need you to do this. Okay, because everything is depending on this setup. So those who haven't installed, I will go step by step. So those who haven't installed the VirtualBox, you have to do it now. Okay, if you already done, if you have already got the VirtualBox, please make sure that extension pack is there. Okay, so as example, I will show you when you download. I believe you know how to download the software, because I have given the link. Okay, So after you download, VirtualBox will be here, and the extension pack. Okay, extension pack also you have to download. Okay, so if you go to the link here, okay, here you can, I'm going to show you the extension pack. Okay, here you can see extension pack you have to download. Okay, so you can download VirtualBox from this link. Okay, always go with the 6, or the newest part, newest edition, and you have to download this extension pack. So after you download both of the softwares, you will see like this, VirtualBox extension pack and VirtualBox 6.134. I believe most of you have already got the VirtualBox software, but maybe you don't have the extension pack. Okay, so okay. So hope that you already got the VirtualBox with you. Okay, if you don't have, please download it, and I will show you how to add the extension pack if you haven't done it yet. Okay, so after install the VirtualBox, you can go to tools. Okay, and sorry, here once you go to the preferences, okay, when you have to click on the tools and the preferences, the extension pack you can add here. You can go to the add button and you can add the extension pack. So make sure that you have done that part. Okay, so you can do this while I am speaking. Okay, if you haven't done it yet, you can do it. Okay, then you know the PuTTY also, maybe already you have installed this one. This PuTTY is needed to log into the routers. Okay, in case that you need to connect to our routers which are running on our network, you need to have the PuTTY installed in your PC. I believe most of you have already having the PuTTY edition. Okay, because it's not a new thing for people who are involving with the network stuff. Okay, so you can install that one also in your host computer in case that you need to connect to our virtual routers. But for the moment, actually, it's not necessarily join to the or the connect to the routers, but it's better to download and install, because whenever you want, you can do the amendments if something like that. If you need your own testing, if you want to test something that you own, you can use PuTTY and connect to our network and do the changes using the PuTTY. Okay, then the most important thing is here the WK files. Okay, so you have to download this WK file. This is a zip folder, or the this compressed folder, but I believe all of you have WinZip or WinRAR software with you, so you can uncompress this file. So when you're uncompressing this one, I have given you the instructions. Okay, so you better extract these WK files folder to the C drive, because you can extract it to anywhere you want, but because we need to have in a common platform, I have given you the instruction to download from the C drive. Okay, it doesn't matter that you are using a D drive or something, but then there may be some issues when you are working with that one, because different people will get different errors, so troubleshooting will become difficult for us. So if you all can extract this to the C drive, it will become very easy for us, and when you're asking any questions, we can easily assist you with this one. Okay. So once you download this WK files, it will download into a download folder. Okay. Like this WK files. Okay. Then you can extract it to the C drive, or you can extract to somewhere and you can copy. It's up to you. But end of the day, this WK files should be in your C drive like this. Okay. You can see WK files are in the C drive. Okay. Because this network needs some parameters to work. So all these parameters we have done using the C drive. Okay, you know that, assume that some environment variables or some path. So we have created the path by adding the C drive. Okay, so as example, now when you open this folder, you can see some files are there. Here, most important files, all the files actually important, but remember you have to install this Dynagen. Okay, after you extract these files in the C drive, first you have to install the Dynagen software. Okay, after you install this Dynagen software, these instructions are in our, or the screenshots. If you want to view those screenshots, though all those things are here. If you go to this our previous those who haven't participated for the previous one, after you access our previous link, okay, you can see all these screenshots as well, because I didn't duplicate them here because it's unnecessary, because you know, by just one click is here, you can go and you can view the setup if you want to see the screenshots. Okay. Because a lot of people are now using this website, it will somewhat yeah. Okay, so here now you can see all those instructions are given, you can see. Okay, and lab setup. Okay, so after install the Dynagen, the software, after you execute this one, you will find new shortcuts. If you already having this shortcut, it means you have participated for the last workshop and you have some kind of idea how it works. But if you are new to this one, when you install this Dynagen setup, you will see new 4 shortcuts like this. If I show you in my computer, now here you can see this one and this one, and this. So these 4 shortcuts will come to your desktop automatically. Okay, I'm believing that you are working with me. Okay, so I will give you some time when I speak. I'm doing this very slowly because it's better you can do this with me. So this is not a big task, just installing some software, downloading a file, extract it to a folder, and running that software. So that's all. That is not a big deal, I believe. Okay, so run this one, Dynagen. This will install these 4 shortcuts to your network desktop. Remember, you have to use Windows machine for this one, because we had already instruct you in our first page. You have to have Windows. Okay, Windows 8, Windows 10, even Windows 11 also okay, no problem, because I have practice. So I have tested this one in the Windows 11 as well, so it will work even in Windows 11. Okay, not a problem. So install this Dynagen software and make sure these 4 shortcuts in your desktop. Okay. Then you have to install WinPCAP. Okay, after installing the Dynagen, don't run anything, just install it. Make sure that 4 shortcuts are visible in your desktop. If it is there, no problem, just keep it as it. Then again come to the folder and run the WinPCAP software. It doesn't create any shortcuts. Don't worry. The WinPCAP will not create any shortcuts in your desktop. Okay. Just follow through the setup. Just next. That's all. Okay. Remember, without having these softwares, even the oxidized lab will not going to work. Okay. Otherwise, you will face difficulties on even on Friday. Okay, when you're doing the oxidized lab, you will not going to get the proper output. Tomorrow also same thing. Even though this is not directly involved with the other sessions, it's other sessions also need this one, but mainly for the smoke ping and the oxidized sessions, this is more important, because if this network is not correctly working, you will not get any results. Okay, because end of the workshops you need to submit some screenshots or scripts that you have done in the workshop to make sure that you have done them. Okay, so before you qualify for the certificate, our staff is going to check whether you have done these practicals or not. So if you can't set up the basic configuration of this lab, you won't be able to work with even smoke ping or oxidize. So you can't give any feedback to us. You can't send any screenshots from them, because totally those two sessions are depending on this lab setup. Okay, so I hope now it's okay. You have installed Dynagen and WinPCAP as well. Hoping that you are continuing or you are doing the work with me. I'm going to do this. Okay. Okay, so assuming that you have installed Dynagen and WinPCAP, then let's see what we have to do. Okay, before that one, we will see what are the other folders, what is the content of other two folders. So if you're going to go to the VPC files, actually for this workshop, running VPC is not mandatory, but we have included the VPC files as well, because if you are going to refer our last workshop, you will see where the VPCs are important. But for this workshop, VPCs are not important because we are not going to connect to them. But because this is connecting with the last workshop, we have keep them as well. Okay, so then next one is the lab files. This is the other most important file. So remember, don't delete anything from this folder. If you delete any file mistakenly, the network will not going to work. Okay, so you have to be very careful with this one. If something happened to this folder, you better extract it again. Okay, so now you have the when you download this one, you have this zip file folder. No? So zip folder contains the original file. So if you have done any misconfiguration for this lab files, okay, not because Dynagen already installed, WinPCAP already installed, but when you are going to work with this lab files, okay, accidentally if you delete any file from this one, always better to extract that folder and get a copy of the lab files again by removing this one, because if you missed any document, any file from here, your network will not going to work. Okay, so please remember that part. Okay, so this is the total network configuration. Okay, so that is why I'm asking again and again, don't delete anything from here, then don't going to modify anything here. Okay, so here the most important or the most interesting file is this. You can see there's a file called campus NW. Okay, so this is actually the network file. Okay, so this is runs as a hypervisor. So if I show you this one, actually this is a text file. We can open this one in the notepad. Okay, so the entire network configuration, which is this one. Okay, those who are were in the last workshop, you are familiar with this network. So the entire network connectivity is done in here. So if you erase any line from this one, remember the network will not going to work. Okay, you can refer this one, no problem. You can open this in the notepad and go through this one, but don't touch it. Okay, don't do any changes. If you do it, because remember all these now as example, now you can see FA10 and FA1, every interface, okay, is connected, already connected. So if you change anything, the network connection will be dropped. Okay, those who are not from the last workshop, you may get confused what is this. Okay, so this is a method that now if you are familiar with what do you call GNS3. Okay, I believe most of you have familiar with the GNS3. Before the GNS3, before the graphical interface comes into the play, this is how the back end of the GNS3 works. Okay, so we are using this one because it's not going to use a lot of resources from your computer, because we have instructed you to get at least 8 GB. No, so we are trying to run the entire network in a 8 GB computer. So that is why we are, without using GNS3, which uses more resources, we are going to go with kind of old technology. But even though it's old, this is okay for our network setup because it uses minimum system requirements. So if you go through this one, I believe after reading 2 or 3 times, you will get the idea. So always remember, if you want to understand this text file or this notepad, you have to always go with the diagram as well. You can keep the diagram like this and the notepad side by side and try to understand how this has been configured. Okay, so now all the UDP tunnels, I know, so from some people this may be becoming somewhat confusing. So all the UDP tunnels that we are using is connecting to our computers. I told you VPCs. Okay, so VPC is another software that runs virtual computers. Okay, if you are familiar with GNS3, you know that VPCs are there. Okay, so the same VPCs, but not graphically, we can't see anything here, but all these PCs, PC1, PC2, PC3, and all the computers we have connected using these UDP tunnels. Okay, even though we are not using those VPCs for this workshop, this configuration file include all those things. So if you run the VPCs, all the VPCs will automatically connect to this network. Okay, here so you can read this one. Some lines are commented, so don't uncomment them. Okay, because they have comment them due to a reason. Okay, so it's better not to uncomment anything. Just go through the file and try to understand how this network connectivity has been done. Okay, and please remember, this is very important because the routers we are using here, we are using 3725 images for the routers. Again, those who know the GNS3, you know that we need some iOS files to work with GNS3. So this is why we need to extract these to the SAID location, CWK files, because now you can see we have set the path here, image path. So if you extract this folder to any other place, what happened? This path will not available. So the network loading will not be happen and it will give you an error. Okay, so this image should be in this path. By reading this one, if you can understand, this is what happened here, okay, you are free to use whatever drive you like, because this is where the problem occurs. Okay, because we have already set the path to C drive. Okay, so when you copy this file to the C drive, you can see the path is quite right. Okay, now C WK files, then lab files. Okay, then you can see the image. We have given the image in that location. That is why we are asking you to extract it to the C drive, because the path is set here in the notepad. So if you extract it to somewhere else, if you can understand what is happening here, no worries. You can change the path and it will work. But it's it's up to you whether you are going to get that risk or not. It's up to you. You can try that one also, no problem. Okay. So this is the main reason why we are asking you to extract this to C, so we all are in the common ground. Okay, so that is the idea of this file. Okay, so you can edit that file, but but I'm instructing you, don't do this at the moment because it will create unnecessary problems. Okay, if anything goes wrong, please remember you can extract again and replace the folder. That is the best thing you can do. Okay. Okay, I hope up to this is clear for you. Okay, so after you extract this file, maybe this you can see this is the icon. This icon seems like the executable file. Sometimes once you extract this one, the icon may not be like this. Maybe when you double click on the file, it will ask for a software to open this one. Okay, so so once you install this Dynagen software, as I explained earlier, okay, so normally once you run this Dynagen, it will install into C drive. Okay, so if you go to the C drive and program files, you can see Dynamics folder. Inside this, the installation has completed. So now here you can see there is a file called Dynagen. So this is the software that you use to open that net file. Normally by default it will be recognized by the system, but if the system does not recognize this file as a net file, okay, what you have to do is that open with, okay, in case if your system does not recognize this as a Dynagen file or a net file, if the icon is something that unrecognized, what you have to do is right click on this one and you can go with open with, not the notepad. You can go for a choose another app. Okay, in case this file is not recognized by the OS. If already the icon has been changed to something like this, no worries, you can double click, but don't double click yet. Okay, so you can go to the more apps. Okay, and you can go to the browse, and you can go to C drive, program files, not program files, this one. Okay, and from that Dynamics, and you can select Dynagen. Okay, this is something extra if your system does not recognize that file as a net file. Okay, but most probably it will be detected by your OS and it will be shows as a Dynagen file. In case it is not recognized, this is what you have to do. Okay, but you have to do it only if that happens. Okay, okay, so that's the story of that folder. Okay, now we'll see how to run this one. Okay, assuming that everything is in order, then what you have to do is to run this network, you have to run this Dynamics server. Even though you have 4 shortcuts, the most important shortcut is this. Okay, you can run this dynamic server. Okay, you can double click on this one. I have already done it, so I'm going to close the both, so to show you how it works. Okay, go to exit from the Dynajet. Okay, and from the okay, so now assume that everything is in place. Okay, so now what you have to do is, now you have to run the dynamic server. So when you run the dynamic server, it will, this is what happens. This is the only screen that you will see. Okay, so it will load it and it stays like this. If it is comes to this level, no problem, your dynamics is working. Sometimes there may be a warning from your firewall. You have to allow that one. Okay, just tick on that one and allow. Okay, because this need to be run. Okay, so you can run this one and you can keep it aside. Then you can go to the lab files and you can go to the file that I have already told you, the network, campus network file. If the icon is not recognized, please follow my instruction, right click, open with, and go to the Dynamics folder and select Dynajet. Okay, but if it is already recognized by your system and if it seems like this one, no worries, just double click. So now Dynamics server is running. Try to understand what happens here. So the server is now running on the backend. Now on top of that, you have to run the campus network. So without running the Dynamics server, don't double click on the campus network. It will not going to work. Okay, because this campus network is running with the help of the Dynamics server. So first thing is running the Dynamics server. After the Dynamics server is correctly loaded, then go to the lab files and find the campus network file. Again, I am reminding you, if the file is not recognized by as a net file, right click, open with, and go to the Dynamics folder and select the Dynajet. Okay, most probably this may be already identified by your system. Then no worries, now Dynamics is running on the background. Double click on this one. Okay, now it's going to read the this configuration file. Okay, and you can see some things are going to change the Dynamics server as well. Okay, okay, so it will read and it will load this configuration into the Dynamics server. So there may be some glitch. Okay, sometimes I'm telling you, sometimes there's some glitches are there, but don't worry if this is not loading. Now you can see if it's loaded, you will see a prompt here, but now I can see it takes more time. So it's taking more times mean, you know, I have already closed this one and open. So best thing is if you experience an abnormal delay, something like this. Okay, normally within 30 seconds, within 1 minute of time, this Dynajet should be loaded the network, but now I can see it's still reading. So if you experience this one, the best thing is close the both again. Okay, so this can happen. Okay, this is not always happening, but you know that I have already opened and I closed that one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close it again. Okay, and I'm going to try it again. First, again, I'm going to run the Dynamics server. Then lab files, and I'm going to run the campus network file. Okay, now okay, I told you. Okay, sometimes it may have some kind of a delay, but eventually it will come to this level. So if it comes to this level means now your network configurations are loaded. So don't worry if it's not happening in the first time. Close it and open it again, both consoles. Okay, now if you come to this level mean your network configurations are correctly loaded. Okay, so you can use question mark here and you can see what are the commands that are available in this Dynagen file. Okay. Now, as I told you, if you go through our explanations on our last workshop, you will get more information about how this works. So here now, this network is actually now loaded. Okay, all the routers, not the pfSense. pfSense is a virtual computer, but other than these PCs, virtual PCs we didn't run, but the routers now actually they are in place. They have already loaded into the memory. Okay, so we can test that one. There's a command called here list. You can use the list command, and it will list what are the network devices are now currently running. Only the network devices, not the servers or PCs. Now you can see FAC1, FAC2, the layer 3. There are 3 layer 3 routers, switches. Actually, they are routers. We are using switch modules with them. Now you can see FAC1, FAC2, and FAC1 building 1. So those are manageable devices. So here, if you compare this one with the diagram, now FAC1, FAC2, and FAC1 BLD1 FL2, all these routers are now running, and the other switches are Ethernet switches. Okay, they are not manageable. They are also loaded into the network. Okay, all these switches are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Ethernet switches are there. So all those switches are also loaded here. Okay, it means now the backbone or the connectivity of this network is already established. Okay, so if you want to connect to a router CLI, okay, but for this workshop it is not mandatory. But in case if you feel like, okay, I want to connect to this FAC1 and I want to view the configuration, okay, so what you can do is, that is why you need the PuTTY. If your computer already installed with PuTTY, what you can use is you can go to the PuTTY, and the IP address. Now all these routers are running on the host, the local host. So you have IP address you have to use is 127.0.0.1. Okay, and the port, the console port that FAC1 is running is port 2000. So in that case, select other, not the SSH. Okay, we have to go with the telnet other and change the port number into the 2000. Okay, so now using this PuTTY software, you can connect to the console of the FAC1. Okay, let's see. Okay, so after it's loaded, you can enter and see it is connecting with the FAC1. Okay, so password is given. Password is 123. Those informations are given on the. If you want to connect this one only, we have given the information. So 123. Okay, so after you enter the 123 and you are inside that one. Again, the password is 123. Enable password also 123. So now you are inside the router. So don't do any changes, because the changes we have already done here. But for the only for the demonstration purpose, I have, even we haven't mentioned the password as well, because if you do any changes, it will affect our workshop configuration. But remember, the password is 123. It is not listed on the website due to, if you do any misconfiguration, it will give some side effects, and you know, a lot of troubleshooting may be involved. But if you want to just look at the configuration, remember the enable password and all the passwords are be set as 123, but not listed in the website. Okay, so you just can show run. Okay, if you want, you can run the configuration. Those who have participated for our last workshop, they have done this configuration. Okay, so now you can see, I believe most of you are familiar with Cisco IOS and you know the commands. Okay, so you can see that we have set the IP addresses and everything according to the last workshop. As I remember, not most of the people done this lab live, because we we witnessed that one. Only few people work with us. I think now it is not a problem. You don't want to take that much of time. Just download and follow my instructions. The lab is working. But those who participate for our last workshop, you may remember how we configure this one. Okay, and show when you can view the VLAN configurations. Okay. Okay. So you do that one and make sure that everything is connected. Okay. So that is how you configure the network side. Now, if I explain, so this diagram not include only the routers, switches, no, they include the, because we need the servers. That is where our main focus is. Okay, now connectivity is okay. FAC1 is working, all the routers are okay in place, but we need the end user device, servers. So servers are running on VirtualBox. Okay, now you have to think, you have to understand this is actually a combination of several softwares. So if you misconfigure one software, entire thing will not going to work. Now, if you successful up to this, be happy. Okay, it means 50% of the configuration is okay. Okay, then if you can successfully connect to the FAC1, or if if you when you press when you execute this list command, if you see all these devices up to this, okay, it's good to go. Okay, then the virtual machines. Okay, so you have to download all the virtual machines and you have to import them into the VirtualBox. The import, how to import, we have already include in the website. So you can file and you can go to the import appliance. Okay, first of all, you have to download all the download links we have given. Okay, so here you can refer these lab mirrors. When you click on the lab mirror, it will take you to the file, and you have to download them. Okay, keep it download. And now, as example, in my computer, I have already downloaded them. So I am keeping them in a separate folder. So you can see here LibreNMS means the oxidize. Okay, so sometimes you may mislead with the name. You may think that where is the oxidize, because oxidize is run on the LibreNMS. We have named it as LibreNMS, so don't get confused. So LibreNMS means the oxidize, where you are going to implement oxidize. Okay, so already oxidize is not installed. You have to do the installation. And even though this name also is SmokePing is not installed, but our plan is to install SmokePing on that server. That is why we have named them. So it's very easy for you to track them. That is why if we have a common name, then you will get confused. What is this and what is this? Okay, so that is the main reason that we have named them according to our final result. Okay, so when you download them, SmokePing is not there. Oxidize is not there. Okay, even request tracker, even netbox, those softwares are not installed. Okay, this is just a fresh copy of Ubuntu. Okay, but we have, for your easiness, we have uploaded several copies, because otherwise you may get confused. That is the main reason. But actually one image is sufficient. But in case if you confused, or it may be add more burden to your brain, that is why we rename the same copy and we uploaded them. But yeah, even we have changed the IP addresses. That is the main thing. Okay, so if you uploaded one copy, we can have one IP address now. So then sometimes if you are going to set the IP address, you know that there's a YML code. Sometimes you will get a problem with the setting up the IP address. That is the main reason we uploaded several copies. So LibreNMS already installed with the LibreNMS software. So remember, for the oxidized lab, it's a mandatory. You have to use the same. You have to use the that image. Okay. So if you go to that oxidize link or the oxidize session, again we have given the path. Okay, if you the same path is given in the, if I show you now, when you go to the oxidize lab, again it will present you a link, the same link. So if you download it from here, that's enough. Or after you go to the oxidize lab, also the same image is there. No 2D images, but the same image is there. So you can download it from either place, whether you can go with this lab setup link or oxidize lab link, because without that link in the oxidize instruction, it is it's not complete. That is why we have now here also you can see monitoring server. Okay, so the same link. So if you download it from there, you don't need to download it again from here. But to become it now, if one person is only going to view this page, that is why we have put it here again. Okay, because if you have already done that lab setup part, you don't need to download this again from here. But in the future, if someone directly come to this page, so without any issue, he can download from here. That is why we put that link again. But remember, the same link is given even for this WK files. Okay, WK files also same thing. Okay, here pfSense also we have given the same thing. Okay, again you may think that why we have duplicate the same instruction again and again. The reason is, in future if you come to this one directly, you will miss that part. Okay, that is why we have given those instruction here. But remember, in the oxidized lab also, Mr. Dushmantha will explain you, if you have already configured the lab setup with me today, these three or the first two requirements are not needed actually. Okay, he will guide you through that one. But in case a person will access only this page directly, he has to go with the 1 and 2. Okay, so 1 and 2 is not necessary if you do this part with me today. Okay, if you configure this one, when you go to the oxidized lab, the first 1 and 2 is not necessary, and Mr. Dushmantha will guide you through that one. So remember that one. Okay, so so after you download the images, as I explained to you, you will see these things. These things are mandatory for this workshop to become successful: LibreNMS, pfSense, SmokePing, and web server, and WinXP Insight. So you have to download these 5 VMs. Okay, actually 6 VMs are there. There's a Netbox one as well, but currently I don't have the Netbox one. But when you download, you have to download I think 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are there actually for the oxidize as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 are there with the persona. So persona will be started tomorrow evening by Mr. Lalantha. So it's better if you can download them beforehand. So today night maybe. So you are ready, directly go with that one. Okay, so please download them, and in each and every session the instructor will guide you what are the servers that you need to switch on. Okay, even though now you may think that, okay, 7 VMs, how we can run 7 VMs inside this one. Okay, so for depending on the session that we are going to cover, the virtual machine that you need to switch on is different. You don't want to switch on all the VMs for all the sessions. Remember, okay, the instructor will instruct you what are the servers that you know to switch on. As example, when you are doing request tracker, you don't need to switch on everything. As example, when you're doing persona, all the 7 virtual machine is not needed. Okay, so if you are going to switch on all the virtual PCs, what happen? You will go beyond the 8 GB. So we can't do that. Okay, so even though 7 VMs are there, it depending on the workshop, the instructor will instruct you which servers you have to keep running. So please remember that one. So you have to wait until the instructor's instruction to switch on the servers. Don't switch on all the PCs servers at once before the 9 p.m. Don't 9 a.m. Don't do that one. So you wait until instructor instruct you. Okay. So you can select the servers according to your instructor and switch on only them. Okay, because sometimes you may before the 9 a.m. You will switch on all these things and you will wait. So don't do that. Then your computer will going to stuck, and maybe you will not going to able to participate even for this one. So always better wait until instructor instruct you to switch on the PCs servers. What are the servers? But you have to import them. All the 7 VMs should be imported here. Okay. Now, as example, when you import file, after you download them, import appliance, and you can select the file. Okay. So wherever you have downloaded that, you can go there. Okay. And you can select whatever the download file and open, and I think that is not a big deal. You can import them. So after import, you will see 7 VMs. Okay. So although as I am telling you, all now tomorrow my session is smoke ping. I don't need all the 7 VMs. Okay, but it's better you can download them, import and keep them. Okay, for tomorrow we need only maybe smoke ping, Windows XP inside, pfSense. I will let you know. Okay, only 3 or 4 we have to switch on. Other PCs we can keep silent without any issue. So when Mr. Lalant started his workshop, he will ask you what are the servers that he need to switch on. And when Mr. Dushmant started his one, he will instruct you from the 7 VMs, what are the things that you have to switch on. Likewise, you have to wait until your instructor instruct you to which devices you have to switch on. So currently I am having 3 only. Okay. So I'm also going to import the others as well. Okay. But make sure that you have installed, you have download all these mirrors and keep it with the virtual box. Okay. Again, I'm repeating the same thing. Please, extension pack you have to download and install. Add to the virtual box. Otherwise, they will not going to work. Okay. So actually that's all. That's all means that is what you have to do. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if you have any question, you better publish them in everyone. Okay, because sometimes I saw some questions have been asked, but if you can put the questions on the everyone page, that's better, because if there are similar question, everyone get the reply. So if you personally ask the question, so if I send you the personally, maybe the same question may be there for another person, then so others also can get the answer from the same answer. Okay. So okay. So I hope this is clear to you. And if I explain about this VirtualBox part as well, now after you open this VirtualBox, you have to make sure that this UDP channels, we have already configured them, no worries actually. But remember, for some workshops, okay, maybe depending on the network speed, okay, we always recommend you to use the wired network. Okay, so if you have a wired network, it's better because these installations requires internet connection. Okay, so sometimes this is optional. Okay, sometimes I believe that you have a kind of experience in VirtualBox or VMware. If you don't have experience, then it's a bit strange actually, because if you are working in network, I believe you have a kind of a idea how this VirtualBox works. Okay, this is just for this is optional idea. If you feels like your network connection is slow, and when you run this network lab, if your internet connection is very slow, and because sometimes now as example for all these labs, there are files that you have to download from the internet. Okay, now as example, when you install this SmokePing, you have to run apt update and those kind of commands, and you run and you have to download the software. Okay, so in that case, if you feels like your network is very slow and you can't download them, I believe you know what is bridge network. Okay, so in that case, as example, if I show you here settings, okay, normally what we have done is we have configured your network according to the network setup of this lab. So we are using UDP tunnel. Now you can see we are using UDP tunnel. Don't change this one. But if you feels like your network connection is very slow and you want to directly connect the device into the network without any issues, you can select here. You can go with the bridge adapter. You can go to bridge adapter and you can bridge this virtual or the server's network card to your real network directly, and you can okay, and you can start up with the work. Okay, but this is not recommended, but again, this is depending on the instructor will instruct you according to that only you have to proceed. Okay, because last time also one or two people has complained, so that is what we have asked. But they were using wireless connection, so they also there were some problem. That is why we are always asking you to use as much as wired connection for this one, because sometimes this VirtualBox is not compatible with sometimes in the depending on your network card wireless connections. Okay, so okay, now after you import the virtual PCs, you can run one or two. Don't run all the 7 as I told you. But to check whether our network currently working or correctly working, what you can do is, for this session, if you have import at least let's say web server, SmokePing, and pfSense. Okay, then you can see a lot of things are here. But for this session, to check whether network connectivity is correctly working, you have to run the pfSense. Definitely you have to run the pfSense. I will explain the reason why. Because if you look at this diagram, you can see this you have to connect to the internet through the pfSense firewall. So if you are not running the pfSense firewall, what happens? These servers can't go to the internet. They will not going to connect to the internet. So pfSense need to be run always. If you are going to download something to this network, definitely you have to run that one. Okay, so pfSense, okay, need to be run. pfSense need to be run, and LibreNMS means the oxidized computer, wherever you are going to do that part. Okay, so for the moment, what you have to do is Now, if you have already loaded the network like this, Dynamics and the Dynagen file, and if it is working correctly and you are running the VirtualBox and run the WinXP inside. Okay, you can run the WinXP inside, and all the setup is already done, so you don't want to change anything in the WinXP. Okay, so I have already run the WinXP here. Now you can see WinXP is running. So now according to diagram, you can see WinXP is here. It is a member of VLAN 30. Now try to understand the image. Okay, this diagram. Now pfSense is here, and PAC1 is here, and Windows XP inside is here. Now, if the network is correctly working, what should I able to do is, now from this Windows XP computer, I should be able to go to the FAC1. From the FAC1, I should be able to go to the pfSense. From the pfSense, I should be able to go to the internet. Even though here we have marked it as a LAN router in your, because you are doing this most of the time at your home, this can be taken as your home router. Okay, that is how we have configured the diagram. So now, as example, if this network is correctly working, I should be able to ping from this Windows XP to FAC1 or even to the pfSense and to the LibreNMS and to the web server. So all these devices need to be ping each other, because as I told you, all the configurations are now done. Okay, so if you loaded the devices as I already instructed you, if you come to this level means Dynamics server need to be run, Dynagen file need to be run, and from the VirtualBox, at least Windows XP and pfSense need to be run. Okay, so if you have downloaded these devices, please run Windows XP and pfSense 2.6. Okay, all the others are not needed, because if you loaded them, the memory problem will be there. To check whether our network is setup is correctly working, pfSense is needed and Windows XP is needed. Okay, so when you run them, now you can see I have run Windows XP here, Windows XP inside, and I have run pfSense. Okay, so once you run the pfSense, you will see this information. The WAN interface of the pfSense need to be get IP address from your home router. If you are working with the home router, you will see some 192.168 IP here, because now we are doing this from the Peradeniya LAN premises. So we are getting I am getting IP address from our DHCP server here. So this IP address will change depending on the location. Okay, the WAN IP of the pfSense will be get IP address from your local router, but all the two other IPs need to be static IPs. We have already said those things, so you don't want to worry about these two. But the WAN IP will be different than this. Okay, so if you come to this level, what you can do is, here you can see you can ping and check whether you can connect to the internet or not. So you can see number 7 is there. So you can press 7 and enter, and it asks for IP address to ping. So you just check whether you can go to the Google DNS. Now you can see the firewall is connecting to the Google DNS. So if you get that output, it means most probably your pfSense firewall is connecting with the internet. Okay, so it need to be there. If your pfSense is not connecting to the internet, it means your entire network is not connected to the internet, because we need the internet connection for this lab. So these are troubleshooting steps. So load the network. I am again explain the instructions. Run the Dynamics server. Run the Dynamics server. run the campus network file and check whether these devices are running. Then come to the VMware. Okay, so denote the VMware VirtualBox and import at least Windows XP inside then pfSense 2.6. Let them run. After they are running, check the pfSense firewall is booting correctly. If it is booting up correctly, check the WAN interface IP address. It should get a DHCP IP address from your local router. Okay. If you have any firewalls in between your router and your host computer, you have to make sure that it getting an IP address from the your local router. Okay, so that is something that you have to troubleshoot. Okay, make sure your host, your computer has a connection to the internet. Okay, so then it will get a IP address from your local router. Okay, so then I ask you to ping and check to the Google DNS, then you will get some replies. So if it is working, it means according to our diagram here, your pfSense firewall is connecting to the internet through your local router. Now you have to check whether your Windows XP computer can reach to the pfSense firewall. Okay, so to do that, I have given some instructions here. Okay, so from the inside XP, you can directly ping and check the Google if you want, but this is the pfSense firewall IP. From the Windows XP, you can check whether you can connect to the firewall. So firewall IP address is this one, 10.1.0.2. Now you can see I can go to the firewall, ping into the firewall. Even if you want, you can get the web interface of the firewall by 10.1.0.2. Okay, so it will give you the pfSense web interface as well. So this shows that Windows XP computer is connecting with the firewall. So you're connected to the firewall is also okay. Okay, so then you can check whether your XP computer can communicate with the internet 8.8.8.8. So you can see even the Windows XP computer also connected with the internet. Always think with the diagram. Go with the diagram. Okay, because without this diagram, maybe you will confuse in the first time. Okay, so now Windows XP computer also can go to the internet. And because I am running here, you can see I am running the web server as well. So web server IP address is given here. Web server IP address is 172.31.20. So if you want, you can check the connectivity. Now web server is here. Web server is here. Now you can see web server is connecting to the firewall pfSense. Okay, here this is the web server. So now I'm trying to ping from this Windows XP inside to web server. We are the DMC. I'm going to run ping to the DMC. Let's see. Ping 172.31.20. You can see I am getting the replies. Okay, that assures that my network configuration is working. Actually, the network is working. So smoke ping also I am running here. Now smoke ping also running, you can see running. So smoke ping IP address is 5.12, 10.5.12. Okay, let's see whether I can reach that one. So you also need to do the same testing. Otherwise, tomorrow session will not going to be success. Ping 10.1.5.12. Let me check again IP address. Smoke ping IP 10.1.5.12 smoke ping server. Okay, maybe IP is still I have not set the IP. Don't worry, for you already everything is done. Okay, so no worries. Okay, so you can test like this. At least your pfSense is working and your XP can ping to the internet. All the other things will work without any issue. I know because we have tested this one. So that is what you have to do. Okay, so if you follow these steps, it will work according to the instruction we have given. Okay, there may be some issues depending on your OSs, depending on the services that you are running, because all these sometimes the port numbers also can be conflict, UDP port channel maybe, but rarely that happens. So now you can see, now I am successfully running this one without any issue. So when you are running, there may be some issues, but we have to troubleshoot them as well. But I don't think, because in the last workshop also we have done it without any issue. So, but depending on your computer's configurations, maybe viruses, maybe other conflicting softwares, things can happen. Okay, I don't say that everything will work smoothly. Okay, because the setup wise, configuration wise, sometimes your computers have different softwares may be running that are conflict with these port numbers, can happen, but we'll try to minimize the issues. Okay, but with the experience that we had with the last workshop, there were not any issues. All those things were worked as we expected. So this time also, I believe it should work. If you have any problems in your computers, that is totally due to some of the configuration issues of your PC, but we will try to resolve them as well, okay, as much as possible. So okay, so I hope everyone are following my instructions, and we have some time, and try to do this one. And if you are experiencing any difficulties, we will try to troubleshoot them with the help of our instructors as well. Okay, let's see. So yeah, you better to use DHCP IP. You can static IP, but if you are adding a static IP, make sure that IP address can go to the internet. That's all. Okay, that WAN interface should be access to the internet. Yeah, you can expect. You can go to the previous workshop without any issue. Videos are there. The links already given in the agenda page. No, not the in my lab setup. Yeah, tomorrow, today videos will be uploaded as soon as possible. Okay. Okay. Please repeat the party part. Okay, I will do it again. Okay, I'm waiting for other questions as well, so I can, I can go through them at once. Okay. So I will explain the same part again and again, no problem. I will go through the steps again. Okay. So I will let some time to do this one, let you do this one because we have 45 minutes remaining. Okay. You don't want to download all the VM now, but at least download Windows XP one. Okay, because at least having the Windows XP one with us, so we can try to go to the one router at least. Okay, but if you have the pfSense also downloaded, that's better. At least Windows XP and pfSense is enough to check the connectivity. But if you don't have pfSense download, at least download Windows XP. That's also enough for the moment. That is a minimum requirement to check the network connectivity. If you have the pfSense, that's good. We're good to go. But Windows XP also enough, minimum requirement wise. Okay. So while doing this one, you can send the questions that you need to ask. So depending on the question, I will repeat the instruction again wherever necessary. Now, Aslam has asked repeat the party connectivity part. I will do it. No problem. I will do it. But I'm waiting for the question from the other people as well. You will not get any questions if you are not trying this one. Okay. So don't waste the remaining 45 minutes. Okay. Okay. No, morning session doesn't have any connectivity between this one, because actually we have done that part because you know, there may be some people who are new to Ubuntu or the Linux. They may be, you know, sometimes most people are used to use Windows. So because now in this workshop we are going to execute some Linux command to give you a kind of idea how Linux works. Only we have done that session. So those who are okay with Linux, actually no need to worry about that part. And that morning session is not have a direct relationship between the next sessions, but those who are new to Linux, it's like a welcoming session for the Linux. Okay. Actually, last workshop, everything is here. I will show you again because you're asking it again and again. Now, if you go to this lab setup, you can see there is a link for the last lab setup. If you go there, if you go to the OD, you can select the start page. From the start page, you can find the last workshop agenda, and you can download the videos. Okay. Because everyone accessing this one, website becomes somewhat slow. Yes. This screenshot doesn't have anything. Yeah, this is something about VirtualBox error. So you better check the version of your VirtualBox. Okay. So now currently I'm running the VirtualBox 6.1. If you can see version 6.134. Okay. Revision 34.1. Okay. With that one, the extension pack is working. That is, I'm telling you, it's depending on your host configuration. Sometimes some issues may be there. So if you download, you better download a fresh copy, and from that one try it. If you have an older version, maybe the yeah, most probably the reason is the version is not matching. Whatever the extension pack you download is not compatible with this one. So those things actually you have to resolve. You can go to the website with your, you know, try that one, installing again, and try to find the correct extension pack for your edition. Then it will work. So always better to go with the newest one. I believe Chintaka has got the last workshop videos. No, you can find the link. Because if you go to this CNBP 2022 agenda, that is where you will see the videos. Okay. So I'm waiting. Okay, so because remember, again and again I'm telling you, this is the most important part, unable to start VM. Error. I think there is a problem with your path. Okay, make sure that you have installed according to the instruction C drive. Okay, if you extract this into somewhere else, as I told you again and again, if this path is going to change, you will not be able to, because now as example in this error, not in that one, now you are saying that unable to start VM ghost this one. Okay. According to this, if you go to the configuration, this is where we have put the image. Okay. So if you have extracted this file to different place, this path will going to be differ. If the path is different, then there may be an issue of having this error. Okay. So if you have extracted this one, because it uses this image. Okay. Now you can see the file that you are referring. That file that VM ghost the image. Now you can see that is that will be created on this folder. This is the image. So this is the image. This is the ghost file that created. Now it says this file is not there. Okay. Stamila, you don't need to change anything. Okay, IP address also we have already set. Okay. So you don't need to change anything in the servers as well. Okay. Only if your instructor asks you to change the IP addresses, only you have to do. Otherwise, you don't need to do any changes. because we thought of that one, because if you do any mistake, it will affect to the entire workshop. So IPs are same. If you participate for the last workshop, the Windows XP, yeah, smoke server. If you switch on the smoke server, it will also there's not work ping command to smoke. We will check that one. Okay, we will check that one. According to that one, I will give you the instructions. Let me check that one. Okay. Xbox server IP address, you can check. It should be 5.12. If the IP address is 5.12, don't change that one. It's already done. Okay, you just keep it like that one. Okay, we will check why you can't ping. Okay, there may be a network problem or something. We can troubleshoot that part. Okay. Any other problems that you are facing? FAC 101. Error during the loading. Yeah, that can be a problem with that that UDP port already used by your computer or something. You can run this one by commenting the line, but the problem is if you comment in that one, that will result other problems. Okay. You will try to, not now, you will because you have done up to this level. I believe that you can, if you have run the Windows XP, that's enough for the moment, because this is the line that goes to the firewall. If you are not running the pfSense firewall currently, this can be a problem. This can be an issue, because the faculty one FA01 is connecting to the firewall, I guess. Okay. If you look at the diagram, yeah, FA01 is connecting to the firewall. So if you are running, I don't know whether you are running the firewall or not. sometimes this link is not established. That may be the issue. I can't assure that one, but just let me know whether that the pfSense is running or not. Buddhika, because according to this diagram, you can see the FA01 is connecting to the firewall, and the error says FA01. Okay, so we have to troubleshoot now. So we have to start from somewhere. So let's try to do that one. Created UDP. Are you running the pfSense or not? Okay. I'm not saying that that is the main reason. Okay, maybe even though you are running the pfSense, this one can happen, but hopefully we will wait until the pfSense is working. Still, if you get the error, then we have to think and we have to go with another way of troubleshooting. Okay, so for the moment, according to information, the pfSense is not working. I am assume that may be the cause, but let's see. You switch on the firewall and see if there are occurs again. We have to find another way of resolving the issue. Okay. Can I get any replies from those who are successful with this setup? Anyone who got the desired results? Okay. Good. That's good. Okay. Okay. 2 people. Yeah, no, a lot of people are getting positive replies. That makes us very happy actually, because it means it's working. Okay, if you follow the path, I believe it will work. We are hoping to see more yeses than the nos. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you all for your replies. Actually, it makes us, very positive about this one. Because as I told you, the next sessions are depending on, most of the sessions are depending on this one. If you have at least switch on Windows XP, and if these dynamics are running, I mean, assume that you have come to this level. Now Gynogen is running without any issue, and Dynamics also running, but you just switch on Windows XP, no firewall. So if the firewall is not there, you can't ping to the web server. You can't, you can see, if the firewall is not switched on, you can't test the connectivity for the web server. You can't check the into the internet. Both you can't do. Okay. But what we can do is, if your Windows XP is switched on, we can try to ping to the faculty one and check at least this connectivity. Okay. So faculty one means, now if you go to the Windows XP computer, now if you run the ipconfig command here, you can see the IP configuration of the Windows XP. So you can see the IP address is 10.1.30.10, and the gateway, default gateway for the Windows XP is this. So this is the FAC1 router. Okay, FAC1 router. So you can check whether this Windows XP is connecting with the Dynamics by picking to that one. Okay, so 10.1.30.254. So if you are getting this reply also, you can be happy that, okay, your Dynamics is working. Okay, the Windows XP is connecting with the Dynamics file. So that is the troubleshooting up to this level. So I believe you can understand, because if you are not switch on the pfSense, you can't ping to the web server. So Windows XP to FAC1 you can test. So up to this level means 50% or the 70% of your, I mean, because you are not switch on the pfSense, the other part is not working. But you can satisfy yourself that you can be happy. Okay, my configurations are, or the whatever the instruction that I have given you is okay, because Windows XP can ping to this level. Okay. At least to that level, try to finish. Okay. And I'm happy that if you can do the pfSense part, and if you can ping to the outside, then no problem. Okay. We have another 25 minutes. Okay. I'm waiting for more yeses. Okay. If you can reply whether it is successful or not. Those who are successfully done this up to this level, up to FAC1, if you can ping, happy to see that one. Okay. Okay, good. Those who are successful, please comment with yes. So others, it's become a kind of encouragement to others, because yeah, a lot of yeses are there, so others also can get idea that if you follow the instruction, it will work. So don't worry, you just do according to the instructions, then it should successful. Because someone has asked about that, what do you call, about this party configuration. Okay, I will explain that. Okay. Before that one, I will exit my Dynamics. You can see, because to show you again the stepwise, I will quickly go through the steps again. Okay, now I'm going to shut down this Dynamics. Okay, so I'm going to exit from the Dynamics. So once you exit from the Dynagen, this is also going to shut down automatically server. You can close it. Okay, now we'll start with press copy. Press copy means I'm not going to shut down the VMs. VMs are running, because you can run them after or before running the Dynamics. So I will let these PFSense and everything run. Now, as example, now Windows, now PFs, now if you try to ping from Windows XP, you will see you will not get any replies, because now network is down. Now here, now, because I have closed the Dynamics here, because network backbone is not anymore, so you can't ping. Okay, even if you go to the PFSense, the IP address for the WAN interface will become a problem. So I'm not going to do that one. And you can see there are some network activities are running here. So because he's lost the WAN IP. No, not a worry. You can keep them running. While they are running also, you can run the Dynamics. So I'm not going to shut down the PCs. I will keep them running. Then again, I will go to this Dynamics server, run this one, and wait until it loaded. Then you can go to your C drive and WK files and lab files and campus network, this file. You can double click on that one. Okay. And as I told you, if you are playing with this one 2 or 3 times, sometimes this can happen. So okay, now again, you can see it's reading configuration and it takes some time. This can happen. No, this sometimes this will happen, maybe not. So if you experience this, best way to close it again. No worries, just close this one. Okay, and try again. Okay, now it's working. Okay, now it's loaded. To check whether the routers and switches are loading, you can type list, and it will show you all the devices that are listed. Okay, as soon as this works, if your Windows XP is running, you can go and try. Sometimes you will not get replies. The reason is now because this network is running on routing protocols are also there. You have to wait a few seconds to the network to be up, because now just switch on the devices. Okay, so as soon as possible, if you try to ping, it will not going to give you the replies. Okay, so because the routing protocols need to be converged, so you have to give some time. You can see now it's working. But this means now network is working, and even now again, you can see the IP addresses are there. So you can go with option 7 and you can ping to the internet. Okay, sorry, option 7. IP address 8.8.8.8. Yes, now it's working. Then you can go to the XP machine again. from that one you can ping working. Okay, because someone has asked about this PuTTY configuration. I will explain that also. Because PuTTY is needed to log into these devices actually. Now, as example, if you want to, because these are the FAC1, FAC2, and FAC1 BLD1 is running Cisco iOS. If you need to view that one, if you want to change something, what you can do, you can get the PuTTY software in your computer. I told you to install that one. And because these devices are simulate inside your local computer, you can use 127.0.0.1. I believe you all know this is the local host IP, and select the telnet other. Depending on your PuTTY version, now this is the latest version of the PuTTY, so you will see SSH serial other. But if you can't see this other button, maybe you will see SSH telnet. Telnet will be there. So whatever, it should be telnet. You have to telnet, not SSH, not serial. Whatever the option here, select telnet. So here, because in this version I have something called other, I select this other, and from here telnet. Port number. This is the this is the default port number for the telnet. But here we are using simulation. In the simulation, even though we are not going to telnet, the nature of this software is the console port we have to telnet. So now here the 2000 is the console port for FAC1. So here you have to telnet to that one, 2000, and open. And don't wait. If you wait, you can't see anything. Click on the interface and double tap your enter button. Okay, don't wait. You have to enter. You have to click on the window and enter 2 or 3 times. Then it will ask for the password. And password is 123. And enable password also 123. Then you are inside the router. But you don't need to do any changes if the need it. If you need to do any changes, I will let you know tomorrow, and I will help you to do the configuration. For the moment, if someone is connecting to this one, I need you to do one thing. Can you just, one of you, if you have successfully connected to FAC1, can you just execute this command and send me the reply, or the what is the screenshot? Can you with the reply show VLAN switch? Execute this command, show VLAN switch, and if you can send me the output of this command, it becomes somewhat helpful for me, because I need to check the configuration of your router for a moment. Okay, FAC1. If someone can do that one, password is 123, enable password 123. The command is show VLAN switch, and I need to get this output, a screenshot of this output. Not mandatory, just to check. Okay, thank you for that one, because it becomes somewhat helpful, because I need to check the connectivity. Okay. So thank you, Premnath, for that one. It becomes somewhat helpful, because I need to check whether your network connectivity is okay. So I hope, yes, thank you. Okay, thank you again. Thank you, Prabhat. So this shows that your network connectivity, all the whatever the ports that are in the correct VLAN as well, because it assures that you all are using the same files that we have uploaded. Okay. So if you have any concerns, please forward and get them resolved. We have another 10 minutes of time. Tomorrow, I need all of your support to continue with this smoke ping setup. Okay. If your network is not working correctly, we will not be able to get the required results, because as we discussed in the beginning of this workshop, we are going to do some network measurement and performance metrics that we are going to view. So we have to have a network. So without this underlying network, collecting performance metrics or data will become a problem. Okay. Okay. Thank Ruan as well. So seems like my instructions are clear to you. Aslam, I have a doubt whether this is due to the old version. Okay, if you have the new version, if it is connected, no problem. Okay, okay. Anyhow, if you got it connected, that's what we need. Okay. You have tried, because the PuTTY version is not actually a problem. Okay, that is why I was in a two mind. Okay, so the here version is not the problem. You have to select the telnet and the port number you have to input correctly. If you want to connect to FACT2, the port number should be 2001. Likewise. Okay. Okay, guys, any other concerns? Okay, Chintak also successfully connected. Others who have connected, please reply so we can end the session with a good note then, positively. Any other yeses? Thank you, Priyanka. This is because now, Premana, this is you have to enable virtualization from your BIOS. This is not a problem with the VirtualBox actually. when you are booting up your host computer, I'm talking about your host computer, not about the VirtualBox. Please go to the BIOS. Okay, in the BIOS, in your depending on your BIOS setup in your host computer, you have to go to the CPU properties, where you can find the virtualization. You have to enable virtualization from your BIOS, not the VirtualBox, but your host computer. If you are using Intel compute or whatever, if you are using a laptop, please restart the laptop. Once it restart, go to the BIOS setup and go to wherever the CPU informations. And from there, you can find Intel or whatever virtualization, maybe, not maybe, definitely disabled. Okay, you have to enable it. Enable and save the BIOS setup and switch on the PC and work with the VirtualBox. Then it will okay. This is who is this? Samir. Samir, I am thinking, I have a doubt that now you are using the old version. Okay, old version means not the party. You have to download the new configuration. I believe you are from you have participated for the last workshop. Your fact one is still from the last workshop, because if you are download the new WK files, you can do two things. Either you can use the new download file, or you can log into this fact1 and you can add FA1/14 to the server's VLAN. Now, as example, now you can see the other replies here. You can see, I think you can get idea. FA1/14 also need to be in the server's VLAN. That is what I want to make sure. Now I have got 3 screenshots. They all are having 1/14 as well. But in your reply, you can see you have only 1/15 only. This 1/14 also need to be come to the server's VLAN. You don't want to replace all the files, but what you can do is you can log into fact1 and go to FA/1/14 and switch port mode access, switch port access VLAN 5. You can just move the 1/14 to the server's VLAN. That's all. Okay, because it should be there. Port 14 also should be there in the servers. Otherwise, the smoke ping workshop will not going to work. It means the server will not going to connect. I hope my explanation is clear to Samir. Okay, thanks. Okay, so it's almost 3:57. So I believe the explanation that I have given is clear to you and you can do without any issue. So I hope everyone will do this one and tomorrow morning we can continue without any issue. So before winding up the session, yeah. Okay, Mr. Senevi. Okay. Okay, so it seems like so Senevi is not available. Okay then. We will meet tomorrow morning, and we will continue with the smoke ping setup. Okay. So thank you everyone for joining for today's session, and we'll meet tomorrow morning.